But I think we were all sort of in this wave of, yeah, you know, Russia is going to become a democracy. We were even thinking China is going to become a democracy. And, you know, if there is technological advancement, if there is freedom, people are going to use it. There was Arab Spring, et cetera, et cetera. But my argument, the big argument is that right now we're living in a 1918, 1945 or 1989 moment in world history. And now we're in a similar situation. We just don't know where the world is going to go.
Jonas Grerlund sits on Löpperanta's city council. Like Stubb, before the presidency, Jonas is also a member of the National Coalition Party in Finland.
I do have Russian friends, and none of them is anymore living in Russia. They are losing now a lot of brain power. Everybody who can leave, leaves. Finland have been preparing for 80 years after Second World War against any foreign threats. Everybody understands why the border is closed, but it's economically quite hard. The most important thing is that we survive. Whatever happens, we will survive, we will do our best. We've been living next to Russia thousands and thousands of years, and it has been a struggle all the time. Only nowadays, Europe is also seeing that living next to Russia can be a problem.
You've also said that Europeans live in la-la land, that they actually don't want to see, I guess, what they have in front of them. Why is it so difficult to see?
Yeah, it's one of these things, I think sometimes it's very human. You know, we want to deal with a world that we want to see. And we are not dealing in a world which it actually exists. Remember that diplomacy and foreign policy is never static. There's no end state. You know, we're not going to end up with the fantastic world government. It's always diplomacy and trying to work in different directions. Right now, the pendulum is going towards transaction, towards nationalism, towards bilateral relations. And at some stage, it'll start swinging back. But when it starts, we have to make sure that everyone feels that they're part of it.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more.
We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question.
Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
The golden age of America begins right now. I will very simply put America first. We are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world.
We'll be told that it's xenophobic. We'll be told that it's small-minded.
Ich liebe euch!
Do you worry about society splintering, the rise of populism,
Yeah, definitely.
not being able to talk to each other anymore?
Yeah, I mean, what we have to avoid is the polarization of society. We have now the technological instruments to polarize as much as we can, because we can kind of start living in not only alternative realities, but in alternative truths. And that's very dangerous for democracy, because if you don't have basic agreement of what facts are, say on science or otherwise, then you cannot have a democratic discourse. And we have to try to avoid that. We're seeing some of it, obviously, in the United States, but it's not only the United States. We're seeing it in many other liberal democracies. Finland is a small country. We can't have, we can't have that.
Is Europe prepared to go to war?
Well, I mean, our mentality is that the better you prepare, the less likely you're going to end up in a war.
Finland has a larger artillery than France and Germany combined, despite being a small country with a fraction of the German and French population. Per capita, Finland ranks 7th in the world in total military personnel number.
We have obligatory military service, so 900,000 men and women have done it. My son just finished his. I did mine in 1988 and 89. We have 280,000 that we can put out at wartime from reserves. We have 62 F-18s. We have long-range missiles, land, sea, and air. We just bought 64 F-35s. We have the biggest artillery together with Poland. And as I always say, we don't have them because we're worried about Stockholm. And our argument is that the better you're prepared, the less likely you end up.
But the rest of Europe is not prepared.
Well, I think many of them are, and many of them are waking up. We are increasing our preparedness in order to avoid the worst.
I mean, I'm sure you have good days and bad days. What do you do on a bad day to try and work things through, to try and keep level-headed?
I mean, one, you have to be really well prepared yourself. So I spend my early morning hours from about 5 to 8 going through material and reading to make sure that I'm, on the ball. And then, secondly, you have to have a team which is able to inform you about every little minute detail and keep you all the time ahead of the curve. And then number 3, you have to calm down. You have to understand that the world is not going to be finished in the 6 years I'm in this office, or 12 years, depending on if I run again. You just have to take it day by day and try to, solve small crises and big crises.
What do you learn from sports that you bring to politics?
You probably learn to cut your losses and actually to accept failure, because in life you're going to go through moments when you fail, and then you either learn something from it or you don't. And from endurance sports, you just learn how to grind it out. So sports, I have to admit, has always helped me. It's a big part of who I am.
Yeah, and you famously said that actually 1 hour of sports or exercise gives you 2 hours of energy. Do we need to normalize that more?
Well, normalize is difficult because I never want to be judgmental about anyone else's lifestyle. So I've been able to lead a life whereby it's been possible for the past 20, 30 years. And I think it's a lot about habits, and then suddenly they almost become an addiction. You have to be a little bit careful, but I'd say that I'm probably a better person for doing 1 hour of exercise. Albeit today I've only done half an hour.
What have you had to adapt since you become president?
I think there's certain behavioral patterns. You have to perhaps hide your personality a little bit, not too much. But the reason I do it is that I respect the institution. I'm the 13th president of the Republic of Finland. I understand the historic gravitas of the task. So that means that, I can't in every public situation be just the good old Alex. I can do that with my friends, I can do that with my family, I can do it with my staff, but there are certain elements of the job that you just have to play the role.
But leaders also connect through personalities.
Yes.
How has that helped with President Trump, President Xi?
Well, I mean, it helps with everyone to a certain extent. I think diplomacy is really about 2 things. It's about state relations, and then it's about personal relations and connections. And then I think it's my job to try to connect with people, and I hope I succeed sometimes. When I was with President Xi, I felt we had a very good and respectful conversation. When I was playing golf with President Trump, we had a really good time.
What was President Trump like on the golf course? You played for 8 hours?
Very talkative. Golf is a nice social setting. And again, going back to my dad, I remember my dad being very encouraging and saying, Alex, even if you don't become a golf professional, golf will be useful for you one day. And I was going, yeah, sure, Dad. And sure enough, there I was on the first tee with President Trump. And, I had a good time. And it doesn't, the fact that you have a good time with someone doesn't mean they agree with them. Especially coming from a small country. What you want to do is you want to, nudge things in the right direction. And that means that you have conversations which sometimes can be difficult and awkward. Sometimes they can be good, and then, the rest of it is about getting results. And I hope I get results with my diplomacy.
But if you have a good time, does it mean that they listen to your arguments more?
I don't know. You have to ask them.
What did you learn about him? I mean, is he different?
Actually, this is the thing. And I've always said this, that funnily enough, and I hadn't really played golf for 35 years. I mean, when I quit. But I've always said it. You learn about the personality of a human being on the first hole of a golf course. You see if they're edgy, if they are impatient, if they're frustrated, if they're fun, if they're relaxed. And I have to say, I had no uncomfortable moments during that round. And we hit good shots and bad shots. So, you know, people are quite different on a golf course sometimes.
You seem to have a quite glamorous life from the outside. What do people not know?
What I keep on telling people who say, oh, you met that person, or you met that person, and you sat next to that one, I said, listen, they're just normal human beings. See, the thing is that in today's world with modern technology, you create an image of a human being who you've never met because you've seen them on social media or TV or whatever. And it's normal, but the truth is that no human being is as bad as they look in the public eye, nor as good as they look in the public eye. And most people that I met throughout my life are just normal human beings. They like to talk about normal stuff. I'll tell you, one of the highlights of my term so far was a private dinner with President Volodymyr Zelensky and Olena Zelenskaya and my wife Suzanne at our home, in our flat, with no one else around. We were just chatting there, drinking wine, talking about family, and talking about life. And you have to understand that even someone like Volodymyr Zelensky, who's gone through a war that no one wanted, and he the least of it, is a normal human being. There's no glamour in that.
President Stubb, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Beirut, and this is Bloomberg.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
In Bloomberg TV, I'm Sherian. It's 7:30 a.m. in Hong Kong, 8:30 a.m. in Tokyo, 6:30 p.m. here at Bloomberg's headquarters in New York. Here are some of the top stories we're following. Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan says he expects the Trump administration to cool trade tensions next year. In an interview recorded earlier this month and aired on Sunday on CBS News Face the Nation, Moynihan says the bank now sees de-escalation instead of escalation, with an average of 15% tariff for a broad base of countries.
To go from a 10% across the board to 15% for the broad base of countries, not a huge impact. And that's where our team says it's starting to de-escalate, and that you're starting to see the resolution of the discussions into 15% here, 17, different numbers. When you put China's a different question because of national security interests, the rare earth minerals, the magnets, batteries, just the AI, all that stuff. It's a very different case.
China's lawmakers have approved revisions to the foreign trade law incorporating provisions to safeguard national security. State-run Xinhua News Agency reports the legislation will also strengthen property rights and include measures to stabilize supply chains. This is the second major revision to China's foreign trade law since its enactment in 1994. Do watch for the price of commodities, especially silver, at a record high, past at $80 an ounce. This on speculative flows, not to mention supply dislocations, including Elon Musk warning of disruptions that could affect different industries as we head towards new restrictions by China starting next week. Do also watch for SK Hynix jumping in the pre-market session. Korea Exchange has just lifted its investment warning on the stock. This is Bloomberg.
Ray, when you were building everything, what motivated you? Was it knowledge or money?
It was really the game.
I love the fact that I could be tested in the real world because I'm having these interactions. And I love the fact that I'm scored every day. I could score how I'm doing to 3 decimal places, you know?
Showtime.
Ray Dalio built one of the world's biggest hedge funds. Now he's exploring the deep.
How often are you on the boat, Ray?
Well, often, let's say I'm probably on the boat 6 times a year, but I spend maybe a couple of weeks.
And it's all over the place, right? All over the world.
All over the place.
We met him on board his research vessel in the port of Nice, where the United Nations Oceans Conference was in full swing. At events like these, world leaders, NGOs, big business, and stakeholders gather to raise awareness and address the urgent needs of our waters.
So is President Lula coming?
It's on and off, and it's on and off, but he is supposed to come with President Macron, but these things come and go.
They're held up. I know what it's like.
I love mistakes. I love problems, because I think all of that is part of the process. It's the way you learn.
So we're at a critical time, and I want to again give you my perspective.
Ray Dalio is famous and prolific.
As you might know, my objective at this stage of my life is to pass along the principles, perspectives, and tools that have helped me.
He founded Bridgewater Associates, a hedge fund that consistently ranks amongst the largest in the world. Bridgewater's growth led Dalio to write The Principles in 2017 and propelled him into the mainstream. In recent times, he's become, well, a bit of an influencer.
Whatever success I've had in life has had to do more with my knowing how to deal with not knowing than anything I know.
Ray Dalio, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for joining me here
I know,
on Ocean X.
Beautiful boat. Ray, talk to me a little bit about your childhood. Where did you grow up? What was your neighborhood like?
I grew up on Long Island. My neighborhood was a bunch of houses next to each other, pretty small houses. So it was not a big place.
And do you remember your first job?
Yeah, well, my first job was a paper route. And then I would shovel snow on driveways. But then my real job when I was 12 is I got into caddying. And that changed my life, had a big impact.
And why did it change your life?
Because the people I was caddying for at the time, in the 60s, were always talking about the stock market. So I took my caddying money and I put it into the stock market, and I got hooked. I bought the only company that I ever heard of that was selling for less than $5 a share. The company I bought was about to go broke, so it was cheap, and then another company acquired it, and it tripled in money. And so I said, this making money is easy in the markets, and so I got hooked.
This is at what, 12,
Yeah,
13?
12.
And then did you decide at 12 years old to get into financial services?
It was just like a game.
Right.
I loved playing the game, you know? Stocks went up then, and you could be lucky and think you were smart.
Okay, so what happens after that? You finish school?
I went to school, and then in 1973, I was in graduate school, Harvard Business School. And then I went out to work in commodities.
So when did you decide to found Bridgewater?
1975, after I got fired from my job. And I got in a fight with my boss, and...
What, physical fight?
Yeah, well, I was rowdy then, you know? And so at a New Year's Eve company party, we got pretty drunk and we pushed each other around, and boom, I decked him. And then, anyway, so that's how I started Bridgewater, because I had clients and they wanted to hire me to give them advice.
Bridgewater Associates is headquartered in Westport, Connecticut. In the mid-1990s, it had $4 billion of assets under management and $90 billion in 2024. Bridgewater, like a lot of its closest competitors, also made money in the 2008 global market crash. Dalio founded Bridgewater Associates in 1975 and ran it for 47 years. And only in 2025, nearly half a century after he started the company, Dalio sold his remaining stock and left the board. Hedge funds, like Bridgewater, are private clubs where rich people and big institutions pool their money. That pot of cash is then managed by professionals who don't just buy and hold, they also bet on prices going down, or borrow money to invest more than they have. They can buy anything, from stocks and bonds to currencies and commodities like gold and oil. Hedge funds essentially aim to make money even when the market is bad.
So when you start Bridgewater, it wasn't plain sailing. It was a bit of up and down, and at some point it almost went under.
Yes, which was one of the best experiences of my life. It changed me. Yeah. This was in the 70s. And the 70s was a wild period, you know, market's wild. And so what happened in 1979, Paul Volcker gets appointed and tightens monetary policy. And I calculated that American banks had lent much more money to foreign countries that those countries were going to be able to pay back, and that we're going to have a big debt crisis. And this was very controversial. And then I was brought into a lot of attention. Wall Street Week, and then I testified to Congress.
It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be able to appear before you in examination with what is going wrong with our economy. The economy is now flat, teetering on the brink of failure. I can say with absolute certainty that if you look at the liquidity base in the corporations and the world as a whole, that there's such a reduced level of liquidity that you can't return to an era of stagflation.
And I couldn't have been more wrong. That was the exact bottom in the stock market. And I didn't really understand enough the impact of easing and so on. So I lost money for me, I lost money for clients. I was so broke that I had to borrow $4,000 from my dad to take care of my family and so on. So it was most painful experience that I could imagine. And it was really the best experience for me because I really learned humility, you know? I started to think of myself, how do I know I'm right? It created an open-mindedness. I wanted to find the smartest people I could who would disagree with me to stress test my thinking.
But as some people struggle to lead, right? They want to lead by consensus. And I don't know whether it's a likability
I think it's the
problem.
Balance. That's very true. There's a balance between autocratic leadership and democratic leadership. I don't believe either of those work, okay? The autocratic leader is the person who believes that they have all the answers and just follow my instructions, and I don't believe that works because they don't know enough, and also they're not having the people with them. I don't think democratic leadership works, like you take a survey or something, and so I believe an idea meritocracy works. I had a process of what we call believability-weighted decision-making. For a variety of reasons, we collected a lot of data on people, and they each rated each other and so on. And we would get a good sense that in this area and that area, that person's particularly strong and less so.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg. With Dalio at the helm, nearly a quarter of all new hires wouldn't make it past the first 2 years. Dalio spearheaded a unique corporate culture of radical transparency that is not for everyone. Since his departure, Bridgewater has dialed it back. As chief executive and in life, Dalio believes we're all blind in different ways. So when he ran Bridgewater, Dalio encouraged his employees to give the most honest, open, transparent, and brutal critiques of each other. Everything had to be out in the open. Under Dalio, employees used an app called the Dot Collector to measure each other's strengths and flaws in real time, all the time.
The Dot Collector collects these views. They simply note the attribute and provide a rating from 1 to 10. Different people are always going to have different opinions. It's given us more effective work, and it's given us more effective relationships.
But radical transparency or radical truthfulness can also hurt. Have you had any regrets where you were too transparent or too truthful with people close to you?
It can always be a challenge. Yes, it depends on the person. It's almost like touching a nerve. What I call it is tough love. It's tough love.
No.
Let's say you have a player on a team, okay, and he's got an issue. Okay, are you going to let it go, or are you going to deal with it? If you're going to have an effective team, you have to deal with it, right? So I can't not deal with that.
But this is the concern with leadership, right? You also want that person to be confident, because as soon as you lose that confidence, then you no longer have a player that's any good.
Yes, but you see, the confidence I learned to get was by knowing my weaknesses, to gain the open-mindedness. Pain.
Yeah.
We don't like pain. But what happens is pain is a messenger. It tells you about how the world works, and it tells you how you should deal with the world to be effective.
How is that? I mean, how did you think about pay? Was it
I think about pay as sharing the mission. And if we're successful, then we should share that. If we're not successful, we'll go through the pain. Can we go through the pain together in order to get to be successful? If it's too transactional, you're going to have a problem, okay? I want people who will go through the ups and downs with me because we have a greater mission. I want a community in which you always have the right and obligation to make sense of things. I want to help you all struggle well and evolve to get the most out of life.
Was it tough leaving Bridgewater?
No, it was a change, a big change, but it was like watching my kids grow up, okay? For 47 years, I was responsible for Bridgewater, okay? To watch that next generation, you know that you want them to be on their own.
I know, but when your kids grow up, you still miss them a little bit, don't you?
No, I don't have to miss them. We can still see and hug each other, and we can still have conversations about how the world works or any of that, right? But the decisions are theirs, and that's how it should be.
The founder of the world's biggest hedge fund, Ray Dalio, is putting his efforts into what he's calling the planet's most important asset, the ocean.
Dalio also co-founded the nonprofit initiative OceanX with his son, Mark Dalio. In Dalio's next phase of life, he wants to help us better understand our oceans, to travel and document our uncharted underwater worlds.
These are manned submersibles. They go down 1,000 meters, so 3,300 feet, and so they unlock the world down there. We all the time discover species that have never been discovered. You know?
Around the world?
Around every place, almost that we go.
You've been in these?
Oh, yeah, I love them.
It takes 3 people.
And you see species as you're going down.
This is not manned.
This is not manned.
Yeah.
It's called a remote operated vehicle.
Yeah.
And it will go down 6,000 meters, which is 18,000 feet, which will cover 98% of the world's ocean.
Mark, of course you were here. I should have known you'd be in Nice. I didn't think about that.
Oh, yeah, he's an ocean guy. He's an ocean guy.
I know he's an oceans guy. How long did it take to build the ship?
About 3 years from the architecture to building it through.
No. Is there one thing that you're trying to?
One thing. There's lots of things.
Just trying
we want to see it
understand
all. This is twice the size of all Earth combined, right? Of all land, and it's never been explored.
But why? Are you frustrated? I mean, you seem
No,
like...
I'm excited.
Okay.
I'm excited. It's never been explored. Imagine there was a continent that has never been explored. And with all different species that don't... I mean, wow, how exciting, right? And important.
What's been the most exciting thing you found so far?
Probably discovering the giant squid, the first and only time that the giant squid has been discovered and shown in its media. That was maybe millions of people love that, but Lots of things.
Yeah,
That
because
would be the one
historically
problem.
it was like, you know, the whale and the squid, right? You heard about these
That's
like
right.
massive fights.
Of course. Down there, 1,000 meters, all this stuff is going on.
It's
so
terrifying.
cool.
I always, you know, I think of tech titans fighting it out. The whale and the
Yeah,
squid.
you gotta go dive.
You've never frayed into politics.
No.
Why not?
I've had the things I'm doing, my games, you know, the investing and so on. And, you know, it's just not my thing.
You stayed relevant
I'm playing
in one way or
yeah.
another. Other leaders maybe either don't know how or don't want to stay relevant. Like, it's tough, you know, when people stop recognizing you after a life in the spotlight.
Oh, I think that
No?
No. I think that we all are going to be totally forgotten, you know, like that time. If you're working to be remembered or to be relevant in the spotlight, I don't think that's a good idea. I think the question is, are you having what you want? You know, are you having impact?
So, Ray, talk to me about this phase in life. What do you enjoy the most?
I'm still addicted to the markets and, you know, and what's going on. And
Do you look at them daily?
oh, yeah, all the time, right.
What,
I'm
market,
as immersed
all of them?
all of the markets. That's my game. I'll do that till I die.
I mean, I've interviewed you for many years, and actually what always surprised me is that it's always simple concepts, so that people overcomplicate the way the economy works, the way the markets work, and you've always boiled it down to simple concepts.
Yeah, I mean, you can lose sight of the fundamentals by getting into this complexity, you know? Anybody can make something complicated. It takes a genius to make it simple. Then you can get into the details.
But why do so few people understand that or view the world like you do?
I think for two reasons. First of all, if you want to see the patterns, you have to see them across countries. And then I also think that economists and so are not tested in the markets. Right. You know, it could become theoretical. Well, when you have to place bets and you have to get the penalties of being wrong and the rewards of being right, you know, then it's a different thing.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
The economy has been doing well. That does not tell you what the future is going to be.
We are taking a step-by-step approach, a very systematic approach with India.
This is a time to put a little more defense into your portfolio.
Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geoeconomic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Vonnie Quinn in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg.
Bridgewater is a global macro hedge fund. That means it values very high-level research about macroeconomics forces, including geopolitics, global trade, and central bank policy. It's up there with prominent hedge funds with macro trading roots like Brevin Howard and Rocos Capital Management. They make money by spotting inefficiencies and dislocations in financial systems and reaping the benefits of this chaos. Even volatility pays off in this sector. And to this day, Ray Dalio thinks big picture.
Whenever things are coming along that I had not seen before, I really needed to understand if they happened in history so I could understand the mechanics, which is why then I study history.
1929 found the bottom falling out of the New York Stock Exchange, and the panic was on. Overnight, men of wealth were reduced to selling apples on street corners. The prosperity boom of the 20s had exploded like a giant soap bubble.
Confidence and courage are the essentials of success in carrying out our plan.
It was so enlightening. I understood the Great Depression, and I understood the 30s. And because of that type of research, I was able to anticipate the 2008 financial crisis and the European debt crisis from 2010 to 2015. I wouldn't have if I didn't study that period.
But Ray, I find it amazing because actually the financial system has changed so much. There's so much more of it. So you think that basically it's patterns, that human behavior is always human behavior.
But there's also a dynamic about debt. When debt and debt service rise relative to your income, it's like plaque in the arteries that then begins to squeeze out the spending. And also because one man's debts are another man's assets. If those don't give a good real return, they will sell. So there's a dynamic that we're facing today in which that's happening to the government. It's squeezing out the debt service.
But so, right, you believe that human nature, no matter at which point in history, almost repeats itself, right? So it could be civil unrest. Well, you talk about populism, that there are patterns that you can see over the last, 2,000 years.
Yes, but that's not just a belief. It's an understanding of the cause-effect relationships, the mechanics that show over repeatedly.
Right, talk to me about the 5 forces that you see shaping the world.
Throughout history, these same 5 forces work together to shape the world. The first is the money, debt, markets, economy force. You know, debt increases relative to GDP, that whole dynamic. Okay, money.
Yeah.
The second is internal order and disorder, conflict. So that what happens is when there are larger wealth gaps and values gaps, then there are greater conflicts and that dynamic. The third dynamic is geopolitics, the international world order. How does it operate? So since 1945, for most of it, we've been in the United States-led multilateral world order. Now we're having a unilateral world order with greater conflict. Number 4, acts of nature. Droughts, floods, and pandemics have killed more people than wars and toppled more orders. So that's certainly an important influence, particularly related to climate. And number 5, over long periods of time, the biggest influence is man's learning, particularly of new technologies. So these forces interrelate with each other, you know? The international creates defense expenditures and technologies change everything.
But, Ray, all of the 5 forces are being disrupted. Do you worry that this is even more unsettling than in previous cycles?
The previous cycles were pretty unsettling, you know. If you take the most analogous period, I would say we're in a period that's quite like 1937, 38. You have a debt issue. Yeah. You have the internal conflicts of wealth and how things should be run. Disorder existed. 4 democracies stopped being democracies. So we're in a period that's very much analogous. That's plenty to worry about. Of course it can be worse. Because our power to hurt each other has never been greater.
I hate asking this because I don't like throwing around the word world war, but, you know, could we be close to another world war?
We're in wars, okay? There is a financial money war, there's a technology war, there's geopolitical wars, and there are more military wars. And so we have a civil war of some sort, which is developing in the United States and elsewhere, where there are irreconcilable differences.
So how do you see it being settled? Actually, where do you see the U.S. going? Does it get settled? Does
either we will rise above it and realize that our common good is going to necessitate us dealing with it so that what works for most people is going to work. I think that's a little bit idealistic. I have to be a practical person. And I would say that I think that these conflicts will become tests of power by each side.
But, Ray, will it really test institutions, and will it change America forever, what the U.S. actually stands for?
Of course, it's been changed. And in history, we have to recognize that all orders have come to an end, and then there's a new order, and there's a challenge. So I have a principle. If you worry, you don't have to worry. And if you don't worry, you need to worry. Because if you worry, then you will take care of what you're worrying about, and you make it not happen. And if you don't worry, I believe that if we don't worry about these things, then we have greater risks.
Ray, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
When I visited Fernandez at IMAX's headquarters outside Toronto, we went to the facility where IMAX designs and maintains its cameras. The latest next-gen equipment was out with directors on filmed for IMAX sets, but there was still plenty of cool gear on view.
As the head of the finance department, do you look at all the things in this room and think, this costs that amount of money, this costs that amount of money?
Thankfully, no, I don't. When I think about cameras in general and what we, when we first, I'll give you a really prime example, the film cameras. When you thought about it, okay, are we building 2? Are we building 4? Are you building 8, right? And that's where I start to think about, well, what makes the most sense from a return perspective? Because yes, Nolan wants the cameras, but how many other filmmakers out there use the film cameras? The lens that I look at it through is essentially, how many do we build and in what way? Because the one thing is we are going to invest to build it right and to build it for longevity. But do you need 10 of them? No. Building 4, that was the right number. And do we potentially want to build a couple more? Maybe a couple more, but I don't think we need 10 because they won't always be in use all the time.
I imagine that at different points you need to tell people no. What's that process like for you?
Oh yeah, it's a key role in the CFO position. It is a word that most people are used to, and yet they still think you're not going to say it.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
All right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
You're watching Bloomberg TV. I'm Sherian. It's 8 a.m. in Hong Kong, 9 a.m. in Tokyo, and 7 p.m. here in New York. Here are the major stories that we're following. President Trump saying that he's made what he calls a lot of progress in talks with Ukraine as both sides work to secure a peace deal to end Russia's invasion. He met with Volodymyr Zelensky earlier at Mar-a-Lago and says an agreement may come in a few weeks. He also envisions a potential trilateral meeting with Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The Ukrainian leader went into the meeting with the aim of resolving key issues, including territory status and future security guarantees.
We had a terrific meeting. We discussed a lot of things. As you know, I had an excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close.
We discussed all the aspects of the peace framework, which includes, and we have great achievements, 20-point peace plan, 90% agreed, and U.S.-Ukraine security guarantees, 100% agreed. U.S.-Europe-Ukraine security guarantees, almost agreed. Military dimension, 100% agreed. Prosperity plan being finalized.
China is pledging to broaden its fiscal spending base in 2026 to drive growth. The Ministry of Finance says officials will expand targeted investment in priority sectors, including advanced manufacturing and technology innovation. The comment suggests Beijing will lean more heavily on fiscal policy to shore up growth as the economy grapples with a prolonged property downturn. Japan plans to increase defense spending to a fresh record as it looks to respond to heightened geopolitical tensions. The government will hike its defense budget by 3.8% for the year starting April to about $58 billion. It comes amid simmering tensions with China and calls by Washington for allies to boost their spending. Beijing has criticized Tokyo's plan as, quote, sinister. And take a look at how the Japanese market is coming online as we're getting the BOJ's policy summary of its opinions from the December policy meeting. A BOJ member saying that it was appropriate to raise rates to achieve the bank's price target. Remember, the December meeting hiked rates to the highest level in 30 years. And a BOJ member saying that the Bank of Japan should hike rates at intervals of a few months. One member saying that they should decide the rate at each meeting with no preset pace. Take a look at how South Korea is also coming online after its best day in about 2 weeks. The Korean won still trading at around the highest levels in about a month or so after authorities issued a strong warning against excessive currency weakness. This is Bloomberg.
There's so much disruption in politics, in trade, in blockchain, in AI. How do you think we'll reflect on this period?
I have to tell you that in my 30-plus years in this business, I have never felt the intense pressure of change like we do right now. From an investment person, staying on top of all these things has always been core to what they do.
All right.
Okay.
Gosh, it's like Hogwarts.
Yeah, it's like Hogwarts.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
It's quite impressive being in such a big hall.
I
feel
know.
I feel
Very
like the weight of history.
Yes.
Jenny, thank you so much for doing Leaders with us.
I am honored to be here.
So let's start from the beginning. How would you describe your family?
Wow, that's just diving right in.
Let's go in.
How would I describe my family? Look, I think bunch of achievers. You know, you look at my dad, he really built Franklin Templeton. People always say my grandfather started it, but my dad took it over when it was $2.5 million in assets and $10,000 in revenue.
Founded in 1947 and named in honor of Benjamin Franklin, Franklin Templeton began as a pioneering investment firm dedicated to giving everyday investors access to professional money management. Franklin Templeton operates in more than 80 financial centers worldwide: London, New York, Paris, and Hong Kong, to name a few, but is headquartered in California. Today, it manages around $1.6 trillion in assets. They surpassed the $1 trillion mark after Jenny Johnson took the reins. Johnson held leadership roles in all Franklin Templeton's major divisions. She's a third-generation heir to this chief executive role. And her family owns more than a third of the business. What's it really like to lead the company your family started and grew for generations?
There was never any pressure to go into the business. You went into, we all did at some point because somebody, probably needed a job, but there was never pressure to head that way. And then my mom had 7 children and went back to, college and graduated from Stanford Medical School and then practiced. Dinner was always 7 o'clock sharp, and you needed to have shoes and a shirt and be reasonably nicely dressed for dinner. That was always, and the whole family sat down. The conversations, I would say, were much more oriented towards science, my mother's sort of area of interest, than finance. My dad, he's probably a little quieter than my mom, and the conversations, again, you never felt any pressure.
So Jen, what was the interview process like to becoming chief executive?
So it was not a fait accompli.
Okay.
So the board, look,
that's tough if you're like part of a family.
Oh, trust me. They put me through a Spencer Stuart CEO survey, and they said, we're going to give you a scenario, and you need to answer it. And the only reason I remember this one, I don't remember any other, is because my mind went completely blank with fear. So you own a parking garage, and your clients are complaining that it takes too long to exit at the same time. And you've hired 2 consultants, and they've said you cannot speed up the exit process, and you can't add an exit. What do?
What'd you do? I don't know, you tier it so that the one who pays more gets out first. So, I'm not sure. I'd fail 100%.
I just remember because it was such fear. And so then I said, well, first thing is I'm going to do a quick study to see how many other parking lots around to see how quickly I have to solve the problem.
How big is
what's
this
the demand? And then I'm going to study as to why, and then I'm going to do tiered pricing. Yes.
But so who chose in the end? Was it like a family process voting? I mean, it feels like quite scary, a bit like Succession.
It's the board. No, it's the board. Right? And the board has a fiduciary duty to all shareholders.
What was your first week like?
Oh, well, we announced 5 days after I became CEO the acquisition of Legg Mason.
This will be an interesting mix of institutional and retail clients. Can they do both well?
Can they?
To be seen.
And then 2 weeks later, we had a 2-week lockdown to flatten the curve for COVID that turned into the 2-year lockdown. I one time was going through a tough situation at work, and my father left on my desk, it was a little printout of a cartoon, and the cartoon was a frog being swallowed by a duck, but the frog had managed to get its arm around and was squeezing the neck of the duck so the duck couldn't quite get it down, and it said, "Never give up."
Is your dad your biggest influence in life?
I'd say both my parents are, because I work, to this day, my dad is 92 years old and will circle the footnote of something and send me a note on it. He did every job in the company, and so I'm always amazed by the breadth of his understanding.
Jenny, take us through Franklin Templeton today. It's a different company today than it was 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, so we're now $1.6 trillion asset manager. What hasn't changed is we've been very global for a long time. We have clients in 160 countries. But we used to be just traditional asset management. Now we're half institutional, half wealth channel, and we are a top 10 alternatives manager. So we've got secondary private equity, real estate, private credit, venture. So we've had to evolve as the business has evolved.
An asset manager is a company that manages other people's money, grows and protects their wealth. Asset managers decide where to put the money: bonds, stocks, real estate, private equity, or other investments. And this money belongs to individuals, other companies, pension funds, or even governments. Under Jenny Johnson's leadership, Franklin Templeton bet on a few new products, like blockchain technology, and alternative investments like private markets. Private markets are a growing part of the economy. Here's why they matter. The name says it all. Public markets, think the New York Stock Exchange, are open to everyone, and anyone can see how a company is doing. In private markets, which started booming in the 1980s, investments happen behind closed doors, so you don't really know how that company is doing from the outside. They can be risky, but they promise higher returns. Private markets are mostly for institutions, including pension funds and insurance companies, as well as very wealthy individuals. Investors are expected to do their own research, and their money could be tied up in the company for years. Private credit, which soared after banks tightened their lending following the 2008 financial crisis, is also an increasingly big part of private markets today. Private markets, including both private equity and private credit, are expected to continue growing globally, from $13 trillion in 2024 to more than $20 trillion by 2030. But they're also looser when it comes to regulations and transparency. Franklin Templeton, with other private market players, wants to lower the bar for participating in the sector, expanding access to retail customers even. Because the thing is, private markets are where lots of money can be made, where wealth gaps widen. According to Franklin Templeton, democratizing them could tighten the gap between the haves and the have-nots. But also, lowering the bar may bring in more money. And all players in private markets today are running an assets under management race. They need to grow bigger and bigger to survive. The market essentially is becoming increasingly concentrated in the larger players.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
The U.S., actually, I guess, was built on wealth creation. And then since the global financial crisis, access to money or investing has changed. What's your vision for wealth creation?
I think the first thing is obviously this growth in private markets. Yeah. And I think that's a secular change. You know, banks aren't going to suddenly get back into the kind of lending like they used to do. That is going to be done, a big portion of it, by private credit managers. And so for us to bring to our clients, we have both traditional fixed income and private credit. The second thing is, which I think is important, is providing access and customization to individuals.
So do you think, is it unfair? Do you really think it's the only way for wealth creation to happen and I guess to close that gap between the have and the have-nots?
Well, first of all, I do think there's a narrative that is not fair, that we as an industry have perpetuated, where we need to define what we do in such a way that we are actually helping people with the most important goals of their lives, right? Like you know, usually there, as part of a goal, not always, but most of the time there's a financial component, and helping people achieve that. Having that nest egg of savings is really important. And so I think one is we have a duty to think about bringing products that are appropriate risk for people's, wherever they are, kind of on their risk profile. And now it's about, well, how do you provide access to everybody? I always say my grandfather got in this business because the average person couldn't get access to the equity markets. So they created a mutual fund because it gave you diversification, expert experience for a small amount.
Anyone who has an insurance policy, a bank deposit, or a share of stock is helping to finance our business system. A constant stream of savings dollars must flow into big and small business each year.
Well, now we face a similar issue with private markets because they're becoming so significant. You have half the number of public companies, you know, than you did 2 decades ago. So how do you give everybody access? But it's an asset class that is completely illiquid. And most people don't have the luxury of tying up their savings for a long time. And so thinking about creative vehicles to do that, I think, is really important.
But I mean, some say this is reckless because actually there's too much risk in some of the private markets, even some of the, you know, private credit. And so how do you make sure it's safe whilst at the same time generates money?
Any credit can be very risky or not. Silicon Valley Bank showed that the U.S. Treasuries were risky because duration is an important component of risk in fixed income. And so that's what I mean by thinking about risk as you, and how you align that risk with whatever those clients' needs are. So as you look to democratize access to private markets, we have to be really cognizant. And I always say that it's the most important thing is the tip of the spear. We're big believers in the financial advisor being the person who's making that decision along with their client. People ask me, because we've done 10 acquisitions since I've become CEO, and they say, well, how do you make sure that the culture fits? And so I often say, well, if you're evaluating a company, clients first. My dad always says, take care of the client, and the business takes care of itself. The second is, do they show that they're collaborative amongst each other, right? Do they seem to get along? Are they open and willing? Because what can go wrong in an acquisition is that there's an attitude of, we're separate, we're not going to participate. So you need people who will collaborate.
But how do you know? Because there's so many acquisitions, you know, it could be big banks where actually the culture didn't fit. And you speak to chief executives and said, well, I did the due diligence and it just wasn't a good match. Like, how do you make sure that the culture fits, that the leadership is good at the companies you buy?
I think it's meeting the people and spending time with them at the beginning. And then also, our approach in acquisitions has always been, we're not going to cram down things, right? Because if you're in the asset management business, you are buying people and investment process. So don't destroy value by suddenly going in and changing that. And now you show them why actually being part of the bigger firm is better for them. So how does that come up, right? One is obviously from our breadth of distribution. We have clients in 160 countries, but things like AI. And I think that's actually a big issue going forward for asset managers. If you're a boutique manager, you're not going to be able to compete with the amount of data. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars in buying data.
But still, it's risky, right? Buying companies is risky. Have you ever shied away from risk, or is this, you know, to succeed, you have to be risky?
I think that, well, believe me, there are plenty of companies we didn't acquire. I mean, I always say investment bankers will tell you why it's a great price and a great strategic fit, but they'll never talk about culture. It really matters.
Does Jenny Johnson have a financial advisor?
Yes,
Sounds like a nightmare job.
Yeah, yes. Because you have to deal with me.
Because you actually know a lot about it.
No, look, I'm a big believer that your financial management of your money is not a part-time job. So I'm a big believer that I just hand it over to that financial advisor and have them take care of it so I don't have to think about it.
But do you need a human financial advisor, or do you just go to AI?
Look, I think I prefer humans, and most people you'll find, actually, when they get enough money, people say it's like 3 times of their salary, they start to like a financial advisor because it's not part-time. Financial advisors will leverage the robo kind of capabilities to help them better customize for clients. But you know what? I'm a big believer because I think that, if an 18-year-old can put $100 away for a year, getting in the market, and the way for them to get access to that is through a passive fractional share robo-advisor, that's great. That's better than nothing.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
AI in the workplace is a key topic and sometimes a concern. Artificial intelligence has already cost workers their jobs, disrupted some workflows, and automated others.
The threat of generative artificial intelligence is very real. It doesn't necessarily mean that a robot's going to write an Academy Award-winning script, but it will devalue our members' work.
Leading AI tech chief executives preach its benefits, even encourage us to use it.
When the calculator came out, math teachers at the time apparently said, this is a disaster. This is the end of math education. Why bother teach anyone math? Like, this is, these kids are never going to learn. And of course, what happened is, with better tools, we use our brain power for something else.
It's not that we will be replaced by AI in our roles, but we can be replaced by someone who's using AI, who's getting that operating leverage if we're not.
You create things that take away 90% of the work, and that leads you to want more people, not less.
Then there's the other side of the coin. Dario Amodei, who founded and runs Anthropic, seemingly goes against his own interest when he says AI could wipe out 50% of all entry-level white-collar jobs in the next 1 to 5 years, causing 10 to 20% unemployment across the globe.
It's bigger and it's broader and it's moving faster than anything has before. Learn to use AI, learn to understand where the technology is going. If you're not blindsided, you have a much better chance of adapting.
Geoffrey Hinton, often cited as the godfather of AI, offered the strongest caution as he accepted the Nobel Prize for his foundational discoveries that enabled today's artificial intelligence.
We have no idea whether we can stay in control. But we now have evidence that if they are created by companies motivated by short-term profits, our safety will not be the top priority. They are no longer science fiction.
So what does a future with man and machine working together actually look like?
Your latte is ready.
It's one employee, right? And so the idea that he's going to be there, going to continue to work, fill all those shifts, the economics start to make sense.
Every industry and every person in practically every job will contend with this change and the pace of it.
AI is here, and it is not going away, and it has already made a significant impact across the financial system. In capital markets, firms are using AI to analyze massive volumes of data in real time, from trading patterns to financial disclosures, to guide investment decisions, execute trades more efficiently, and reduce costs.
How do you see AI disrupting, actually, financial services?
Yeah, so, I think this is faster than even I thought it was coming. So there's the obvious efficiencies in back office so that you can drive down the cost of your products, right? AI is going to be important there. Every big financial institution spends a lot of money on reconciliation between systems and reconciling data. AI will help with that. I might want to say, what are tariffs going to do How do they affect U.S. pharmaceutical companies versus European pharmaceutical companies? Give me some, perspective on this. It's a theme. It crosses over a lot of things. It goes through all of your research reports internally. It can consume data from all your sell-side reports, and it starts to come back with a theme. And then you can start to engage with that. It's going to have agentic AI. It already does because we have a first development of it, where it'll go out and kind of learn itself and say, hey, is this interesting data for you, right? And so if you can do that well, such that that advisor says, I love meeting with Franklin Templeton because those meetings are so valuable to me, that's going to be a win. And then same thing on the investment process. It's just going to make them much more efficient and effective.
But then most firms will actually have the same models. So what makes the difference between the ones that win and the ones that don't?
I actually don't think most firms will have the same models. I think that firms will leverage things like OpenAI and start to customize, but training the model is going to be all about your own data. That's why one of the first things you do when you're building out AI is you immediately fence off your own data. But what gets really interesting is that the AI leveraging as a tool by your entire talent force is going to be what the future is. Now, I'm really optimistic about things like blockchain as being able to allow us to deliver the same kind of investment expertise at a more cost-effective price.
At its core, blockchain is a digital ledger, a record book that isn't held by one single entity, but shared across a multitude of computers at once. Every new transaction is grouped into a block secured to the one before it, creating a chain that cannot be altered without breaking it. The result is a transparent, tamper-resistant system for tracking ownership and transfers.
Digital assets, over time, you're going to stop talking about them as a separate thing. Way back when I ran at Franklin, we were launching our, internet group. Everything to do with the internet was under me. Now you can't imagine thinking of that as a separate group. I think the same thing's going to happen in digital assets. Today, it's kind of been a separate thing. It's going to naturally converge.
The blockchain does hold promise in theory, but skeptics point out that any financial system that grows in popularity will eventually start to look a lot like traditional systems, even if it's on the blockchain.
Jenny, talk to me about politics and business. So it feels like we've entered a new phase in the US and maybe around the world where business and politics have gotten a lot closer. Do you see any dangers?
Look, the interesting thing is every business has to run regardless of who's in the political office. I'm always interested where people will say, oh, they're trying to drive this party or that party. Actually, most businesses try to stay right in the middle so that they don't ever get on the adverse side of one party or the other. There's definitely lobbying that happens for individual interests of things. I mean, you try as a CEO not to actually lean one way or the other and try to stay very middle of the road. And you have shareholders on both sides, you have clients on both sides.
But politics is changing, right? Because if you have an administration that forces you to choose sides or forces, even on the trade perspective to choose sides, how do you deal with it?
Look, we're an investment firm, right? So volatility is actually good for active managers. And so in this period, like I said, you finally saw active managers starting to outperform. Our job is actually, and particularly in times of uncertainty, that's when people realize that managing their money is not a part-time job. So from an investment person, staying on top of all these things has always been core to what they do.
Jenny, how do you think about succession? So how, do your kids want to go into the business?
So of my 5, one has gone into the business, and I have 2 nephews that are also in the business. We are a public company, and so there's no right for any Johnson to be the future. There wasn't a right for me to be in that role, which is why the board put me through that process. I would not want any Johnson member who doesn't love this business to even be considered. And I think there are 3 of the next generation that seem to love it, but they certainly don't have any right versus anybody else. I think a job of a CEO is succession, right? That if you leave and you haven't put the right person in place, you kind of failed. And there's plenty of examples of iconic CEOs who didn't turn it over to the right person after, didn't groom that right person. So look, I still plan to be here for a lot longer, but I definitely think about part of my job will be to find that next person to be the successor.
And what advice would you give them today?
Make sure that you surround yourself with the right people and put them in the right places. Again, love what you do. If this is not the thing that you wake up every day and love what you do, this is not going to be the right job for you because you are going to spend way too much time doing it. and then showing that resilience, that persistence.
Jenny, thank you.
Thank you.
What some of these generative AI models look like they're going to do is they're going to reduce the cost of producing content to basically zero. So that will be a multiplier effect on the things that we're already seeing, which is that there's more people producing more content and reaching more people. And there's a lot of good and bad that comes downstream from that.
I don't know if you can break down what the average person is seeing right now in terms of stuff that's AI generated versus, you know, maybe more traditional human generated, but what's that going to look like in a year or in 5 years?
There's actually a lot of hybrid content, and too often we talk about synthetic content and organic content and never the two shall meet, but there's a lot of content where AI is part of the workflow, right? Like you might not even know it. It might be whatever app you're using to do color correction might be using models to do so. You know, stamp tool in Photoshop in the old days to get rid of a pimple, those types of things. But that line is going to be more and more blurred. So it's going to be a little bit less like what is organic content and what is AI synthetic content and what the percentages are. I think there's going to be actually more in the middle than pure synthetic content for a while. But you will also see experiences that are purely AI, right? You see this in the last 2 weeks with Vibes in the Meta AI app and with Sora 2 from OpenAI. So I think you're going to see both.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Hello, you're watching Bloomberg TV. I'm Chevrian. It's 8:30 a.m. in Hong Kong, 9:30 a.m. in Tokyo, and 7:30 p.m. here in New York. Here are some of the top stories that we're following. Thailand's defense minister says the country's acceptance of a ceasefire with Cambodia is meant to verify whether Phnom Penh can genuinely halt its armed activity. The comments come after a joint declaration on Saturday. Under the proposal, both sides will freeze troop positions and avoid attacks. The foreign ministers of both countries are meeting in China today in a bid to consolidate the ceasefire. North Korea says it has conducted a launch drill of a long-range strategic cruise missile over the West Sea on Sunday. According to state media, the drill tested the counterattack readiness and combat capabilities of some of its long-range units. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un reportedly observed the exercise and expressed satisfaction with the outcome. Take a look at how some of the miners across Australia are trading. Silver mines, in fact, seeing its best day in about 5 years. We have seen silver under a little bit of pressure right now, but after surging to a record high, supply dislocations leading to even Elon Musk warn about the impact on the industries. We do have China restricting exports starting next week. We have seen those miners really push the Australian stock market higher. Not a lot happening today, but the Aussie dollar has been trading at the highest level in about a year or so. This, of course, on expectations that the RBA might hike rates starting next year. Take a look at how other currencies are also trading, because the Japanese yen is also being supported at the moment at around that 156 level against the U.S. dollar. We just had the summary of opinions from the December policy meeting when the BOJ hiked rates to the highest level in 30 years. A BOJ member saying that the bank should hike rates at intervals of a few months. This is Bloomberg.
I always said when I was Home Secretary and then Prime Minister,
One of the things I had to do was to learn about the things that I had to forget. Because as a leader, very often there are things you just cannot talk to somebody else about. I think you can never 100% relax, because you never quite know when there's going to be a phone call that you've got to respond to. Virtually every day brings tough moments.
Theresa Mary May has been duly elected to serve as a member for the said constituency.
Theresa May has served her country almost all of her life.
You're voting Conservative in the election?
No.
No.
Today, she's in the House of Lords, and she's co-president of Chatham House, a century-old London-based think tank that seeks to help governments and societies.
Her Majesty the Queen has asked me to form a new government, and I accepted.
From 2016 to 2019, she was Prime Minister and the leader of the Conservative Party. She served as Home Secretary for 6 years, the longest term in that role since 1951. A Member of Parliament for Maidenhead since the late 1990s, a local borough councillor before that. And she started her career working at the Bank of England.
I first thought about becoming an MP from about the age of 12 or 13.
Why?
It was about making a difference. That was the thing that I could do that would make a difference to people's lives, improve people's lives.
Do you remember the day where you say, right, I'm putting my hat in the ring?
I was a local councillor in one of the London boroughs, and like many women, I actually sort of waited for somebody to tap me on the shoulder and say, have you thought about this?
Why do you say like many women?
Well, I think it's one of the differences, certainly of my generation, probably still to a certain extent, is that men will often sort of map out, right, I'm going to be Prime Minister by the age of 25, whatever, and here's back of the envelope, here's how I'm going to do it. Whereas women tend to think, have I got the skills? Am I able to do it? And wait for somebody to say to them, I think you could.
The Labour Party may be about to spend several months fighting and tearing itself apart. The Conservative Party will be spending those months bringing this country back together.
I had approached my time in Parliament in a different way. You know, I wasn't one of those who joined dining clubs or had a gang around me or kept going into the bars and was drinking and so forth. I thought I was there to do a job. Some would say, you know, oh, nonsense, you've got to be, you know, making friendships here, there and everywhere. But actually, I think it's important that everybody recognises with clarity that being a Member of Parliament is a job. It's a huge privilege. You get there because the public has voted for you. You are there to work for them.
Would you describe yourself as an introvert?
I think some might describe me as an introvert. I don't think about describing myself as one thing or another. But I do think that I'm somebody who is, can be comfortable in their own skin and comfortable on their own, if you like. Between becoming an MP and becoming Home Secretary, I'd spent 13 years in opposition and 11 of those in the shadow cabinet. And then in 2010, when the Conservative Party didn't win an overall majority, we went into a coalition with the Liberal Democrats. David Cameron, the Prime Minister, asked me to become Home Secretary. So I had a steep learning curve.
Home Secretary is one of the most senior positions in the UK government. And it involves overseeing national security, immigration, counterterrorism, and policing. And then the briefings pile up.
And you go to the Home Office and the briefings are there.
And what was most daunting out of those briefings?
I think, well, the aspects that I hadn't had any real involvement with were the security issues.
What do you think was the toughest, actually, moment in being Home Secretary?
One of the real difficulties is dealing with tragedies when there are terrorist attacks.
The government has said plans to bomb the London Stock Exchange and a surge in Islamic State-inspired plots were foiled under Theresa May. Over the course of her term as Home Secretary, May had to respond to the threat of al-Qaeda and the emergence of ISIS.
As Home Secretary, I dealt with terrorist incidents, and indeed as Prime Minister, there had sadly also been some terrorist incidents.
By any measure, this past year has been exceptional. 5 terror attacks and even more foiled.
We cannot and must not pretend that things can continue as they are.
Salisbury was different in that, as we showed through the evidence we accumulated, it was another state.
Yeah.
This was a state deliberately attempting an assassination of somebody on British soil.
We can confirm that the man and woman have been exposed to the nerve agent Novichok.
I remember actually a very tough handshake and stare with, President Putin, I think in Osaka.
It's their first formal meeting since the Novichok attack in Salisbury, and before they'd even started talking, the Prime Minister's expression said it all. This was not going to be a cosy chat.
As a leader, you have to be prepared to meet other leaders who you don't agree with. And in this case, the Russian state had tried to assassinate somebody on British soil. A British citizen had died. And so, I was not going to be nice to him.
Message received. Was it received?
Well, I think with Vladimir Putin, he knows what he wants to do, and he's not too concerned about other people's views.
When do you decide to put your name actually in the ring to become Prime Minister?
The decision had to be taken quite quickly.
We at ITV News are calling this as a Leave victory, an extraordinary moment in British history.
Let June the 23rd go down in our history as our Independence Day.
After the 2016 Brexit referendum, the Remain side, which the Prime Minister David Cameron had been promoting, had lost. I was not prepared for him to step down the next day, which he did. I remember I was in my kitchen at home and put the television on and he came out.
I will do everything I can as Prime Minister to steady the ship over the coming weeks and months. But I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination.
And, of course, people start phoning you and you have to make a decision.
My pitch is very simple. I'm Theresa May, and I think I'm the best person to be Prime Minister of this country.
I decided to go for it because, although I had voted Remain and campaigned for Remain, i.e. staying in the European Union, I believe very much in democracy. And people had voted to leave, and therefore we should deliver that.
In June, people voted for change, and a change is going to come. Change.
But I wanted to see it being done in a way which brought the two sides together. I felt that we needed to leave, but in a way that the Remainers felt had addressed at least some of their concerns.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jemana Bersachi in Beirut, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
Theresa May held the top job for 3 years. She was handed a difficult set of cards: deliver Brexit while keeping Parliament and her party together.
Prime Minister, reports tonight that the ERG says there are enough letters to trigger a no-confidence vote on your leadership.
Her leadership was marred by Brexit paralysis and a poorly judged 2017 snap election gamble that fatally weakened her authority.
Is it time to go, Prime Minister? Will you still be Prime Minister in a week, Mrs May?
Prime Minister, are you confident you can win? Are you confident, Prime Minister?
Is it actually the most difficult thing as leader to know when to step down, when enough is enough? Or is it going through bad days?
I think well, sometimes the circumstances are sort of not exactly forced on you, but the circumstances become those where it's very difficult for you to continue. And that's what I had, of course, with when I couldn't get my Brexit votes deal through Parliament. It was clear that something had to give in the system, if you like, and that was me having to step down.
I will shortly leave the job that it has been the honour of my life to hold. The second female Prime Minister, but certainly not the last. I do so with no ill will, but with enormous and enduring gratitude to have had the opportunity to serve the country I love.
What's your biggest regret, actually, from your time as Prime Minister? Is there something that you wish you'd done differently or not done?
I think one of the challenges, certainly, that we see here for Prime Ministers is that you do have to spend quite a bit of time on foreign policy, on foreign issues. That's you're representing your country. That's important. It's in the national interest. It perhaps doesn't leave as much time for being with your colleagues in Parliament. And I think certainly what was happening in the Brexit vote was those who had firm views on either side of the argument. I wonder whether if I'd been able to spend more time with them, we would have had a different result. I'm not sure.
But what surprised you the most, actually, being in charge?
It can be difficult to hold fast to your course as things are happening. And it's not just domestically, it's not just in parliamentary terms, it's what's happening internationally as well.
Do you feel like you had enough support, actually, back then by your cabinet and MPs?
Yes, I had good support, but I had deliberately, because of the Brexit issue, brought together a cabinet of people from both sides of the argument. I thought that was important, but it did mean there were some quite heated exchanges sometimes.
Order! Calm, Buddha-like. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do you think another Prime Minister could have managed any better at that time?
Now, you're asking me whether I did as good a job as anybody could have done or not, and I don't think that's for me to say. I think the one thing I would say that I probably didn't realise until later, is the extent to which those who had been very, very vehement leavers, the Brexiteers, were suspicious of a Prime Minister who had voted to remain. And however strongly I felt about delivering on the vote of the British people, however often I said that, I suspect that for some of them there was always that suspicion in the back of their mind.
Do you ever miss it, being Prime Minister?
You mustn't let yourself miss it too much, otherwise it would get to you. You know, politics can be brutal, and life has to move on.
You had after you more colourful Prime Ministers that then failed, actually, at their task. Did it vindicate, you know, the way that you ran the government?
I'm not sure. You wouldn't use a term like vindicate. What I would say is I think that we, unfortunately, as a Conservative Party, were seen to have lost our value of integrity and our economic competence.
In my time, we faced the thunder of war and the threat of tyranny. Today, you face another power, artificial intelligence. It too may decide whether Britain marches ahead or stumbles behind.
Are there any more flags?
Yeah, there!
Good to meet you. Good to meet you.
We need a new approach that delivers a stronger economy and stronger borders. We owe that to our children.
We are pessimistic. I don't think there's any way that we can say that the economy is looking well.
It is a sort of a scary time for such stories because the party is moving more to the right.
Like in 1997, we got thrashed. So, and we're also having a pressure from the right this time.
I think we're at a tipping point here. So it could tip into something good, it could tip into something bad. you know, she's shifting a bit more right, and I think the Conservative Party needs to shift a bit more right because we are a right-wing party.
I voted for Jenrick. I think he's a great leader. I think he could do great things for this party, but I think that Kemi, if she plays her cards right, can do the same.
The party has changed immensely, and obviously with the challenge of reform, a lot of people here are genuinely wondering what comes next for the party. And nearly all of my friends' groups are now reform. It's being generated a lot by social media, but also there's an energy there, and I would say a lot of politics is about vibes.
The Conservative Party is over. Over as a national party. Over as the principal opposition to the left.
Reform UK is a right-wing political party founded by Nigel Farage, a leading voice in the Brexit campaign. Today, Reform UK positions itself as a populist alternative to the Conservatives.
The future is scary, and that's what reformers banked on. That's what they're using to create this chaos, but it's basically snake oil.
This is the Britain I stand for. If it is the Britain you stand for, then stand with me and let's build it together.
How do you think Kemi Badenoch is doing?
I think she's doing well in what is the most difficult job in politics. People naturally don't really want to hear from the leader of the opposition. It's doubly difficult if you've had a really bad election result, as we did.
But especially if you have Reform that's doing so well.
Reform makes a lot of noise. Reform has, now, is it 4 or 5 MPs currently?
But in the polls, they're doing very well in the polls.
But the only poll that ever counts is the general election. That is some years away.
You don't seem to be threatened by Nigel Farage.
There's always a role for a centre-right party. And I think that's what the Conservative Party is about. Nigel Farage's economic policies, frankly, they're all over the place. It's all very well doing well in opinion polls, but when it comes to it, people want to ask who should be in government. Critical to that will be the economy.
What does it mean being a leader in 2025 to you?
I think the world and politics are in a different place from where they have been over more recent decades. World leaders have a real responsibility in terms of looking at the future. It's not just about what is happening today.
But how difficult is it to lead with calmness in a world that feels like chaos?
This is why politics has changed, because with everything being so disrupted and unpredictable today, of course it's much harder to lead in those circumstances. But today's world is moving much faster. People's reactions have to be faster. And obviously, as a leader, you can't always just react. You have to be able to think about things. You have to be able to work out what the best answer is, what is in your national interest, what is in the wider interest.
People still do that?
Yes, I think they do. Yes. I just think it's become harder for them to do it.
Why has the public become so cynical about politics and politicians? If we're being honest, I think we know why.
Trust in politicians in the UK is at or near an all-time low. Yet the people demand to hear from politicians on almost everything, in real time, and they're expected to find solutions to non-traditional problems like climate change, as well as standards of living and rising costs. But change is slow, especially in a democratic system.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
There's a sense today that a lot of people feel their children aren't going to have a better life than they have. Whereas in past, every generation has felt the next generation will be better off. And we have to find a way to ensure that we get the growth that responds to that.
Pressed by the press, the PM seemed a little rattled.
Nobody is going to have to pay for their care. Nobody is going to have, while they are alive, nobody is going to have to lose their family home.
Doesn't this show that you are really weak and wobbly, not strong and stable?
How difficult is that? I know you had a housing tax to actually fund some longer-term health care and didn't go down too well. I mean, again, the money is not infinite, right? There's only a pot of money, so you have to take it from somewhere.
The money is not infinite, but of course, if you have growth, then you're going to grow the sum of money that you're able to be dealing with. But governments do have to look carefully at ensuring that they're spending their money wisely. Governments must always remember it's not their money, it's the taxpayers' money that's being spent.
The youth don't necessarily, in our societies, believe in democracy.
It is a worry. It is a significant worry. And I think it's one of the challenges for politicians is to deliver for young people. There's a whole mixture of things here that has led to this, and including, obviously, the impact social media has had on the rise of populism. And so today, if you just shout loudly and say something, I'll do this tomorrow, people are often desperate to feel that somebody's going to deliver for them, and, oh, well, that maybe is the way to go. Whereas actually, practically, being in government, you don't just deliver by snapping your fingers.
Any law proposed by the Prime Minister needs to be debated and approved by both houses of Parliament, the House of Commons and the House of Lords. The houses debate, scrutinize, delay, and amend or revise bills. And each proposed law goes through a staged process in both houses. This takes weeks, even months. Only in rare cases, bills are fast-tracked, like the trade agreement emergency on the heels of the Brexit deal that was struck at the last moment in late December 2020.
Social media makes people feel, politicians feel, MPs feel, ministers feel they've got to be talking about what they're doing the whole time, putting it out there. And the trouble with that is it means it focuses it much more on them rather than on what the overall good is, what they're trying to achieve.
And so how does that change the nature of politics?
Well, I think it is easier for populism to rise in a world where there is social media. In the past, you'd have old Joe sitting on the end of the bar in the pub, muttering into his pint of beer, and nobody took any notice of him because his views were either too extreme or too silly or ridiculous. Now old Joe mutters on social media, and all the other old Joes around the world respond, and suddenly it becomes a worldview. And when you get algorithms pushing people towards the sort of thing they want to see and have looked at and heard a lot, then it becomes much more difficult because people are not seeing the other arguments. And actually, in life, in politics, in government, very often you need to be able to mediate, to compromise. And in that absolutist world, that polarized world, compromise becomes a dirty word, and it isn't.
What do you think the new world order looks like?
Well, at the moment, I think what we need to make sure is that we don't just move into a world where power, strong men, and when people think about it, they will think about it as strong men, is the order of the day. And it's multilateral institutions that were set up in the 20th century. They need reform. They need to look at where we are today and how we can make sure that we can have that sense of the value of multilateral work and find structures in which to take that forward.
And have you ever had imposter syndrome?
No, except that I think we women tend always to sort of think a bit more about what we're doing and why we're here to do it, in that sense. So not a sort of, why me?
But that makes you a better leader if you question yourself rather than being, I guess, bold but irrational.
Well, I think it's important not to just assume that you're there because of some entitlement. that you're actually able to do the, to think about the job you're doing, what your mission is, what your goal is. I think that's important.
Theresa May, thank you so much for joining us.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US, or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geoeconomic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Bonnie Quinn in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg.
You're watching Bloomberg TV. I'm David Ingles. It's 10 a.m. in Tokyo, 9 a.m. if you're watching here in Hong Kong. Let's get to your major stories that we're tracking this hour. China is pledging to broaden its fiscal spending base in 2026 to drive growth. The Ministry of Finance on Sunday said officials will expand targeted investments in priority sectors, including advanced manufacturing and technology innovation. Now, the comments suggest Beijing will lean more heavily on fiscal policy to shore up growth. That's as the economy grapples with a prolonged property downturn. Speaking of, China Vanke has gained more breathing room after investors agreed to extend the grace period of another note, helping the developer avert an imminent default. Now, holders of Vanke's $3.7 billion, that's a local currency bond that was actually due on Sunday, approved a plan to extend the 5 working day grace period to 30 trading days. Now, it comes just days after the firm got a reprieve on another local currency bond. Now, we'll be keeping an eye on shares of Xiaomi this hour when markets open up. That's because its co-founder and executive director, Lin Bin, intends to sell up to $2 billion worth of the company's Class B ordinary shares. That's according to an HKX filing, and also stated there that it is set to take place in December of 2026. Right, just approaching, of course, the open here in mainland China, of course, and we're looking at markets there. By the way, 6 straight days of gains going into this Monday. Certainly that's one to track. Uninspired when you look at futures at this point in time, and we're hovering at about a 7 handle on dollar China. Have a look at commodity markets, where the real story has been, and if you haven't followed what's been going on recently, it's been silver. And we were tracking 83, 84. We've come down, as you can see, from those levels, but still, it's been a substantial and banner year for silver. Gold trading at 4,500 also had seen some substantial upside going into the weekend. Equity markets are doing this. You have the Nikkei, which is trading slightly to the downside last we checked. When you look at volumes, they're 30% lighter than usual. Two markets are coming online on your board at least. You have Taiwan up 0.4 to 1%, maybe getting some inspiration by the chip rally we are seeing in the Seoul session. Over on the Kospi index, we're up 1.6%, lifting the overall benchmark by 0.4%. So at 4,200 in the Kospi, we're at about near, not quite there, record levels. We'll see if we get there, of course. Right, tech rally leading, of course, markets this Monday. Low volumes, uninspired, as we were talking about here. We'll go into the open, of course, today, looking at many other things, including, as we point out, Xiaomi, the opening bell in mainland China, coming up in 18 minutes or so.
Hello, welcome to Bloomberg Screen Time. I'm Caroline Hyde.
And I'm Ed Ludlow. We're in the heart of Hollywood, where the icons and innovators driving today's entertainment revolution take the stage to reveal how they're navigating the forces reshaping their entire industry. Take a look.
On the agenda, AI's creative takeover, the streaming wars, and the reinvention of legacy media. And that's where we start with Jimmy Kimmel, the ABC late night host, in conversation with Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw.
You brought up Colbert earlier. You've spoken out a little bit, I think largely about the coverage. You feel like CBS or someone is putting numbers out there about how much money he's losing, and you think that's can't be possible. Why is that?
It's because it just doesn't make any. I know what the budgets for these shows are. I know what I make. I know what Steven makes. I know what the ad sales people make. I know that there are values that nobody bothers to consider, like the affiliate fees that have to be, you have to account for a portion of that when you talk about an hour of television every night, 5 nights a week. So I know that it's not $40 million. Is the show losing money? That I don't know. I can't imagine that it's losing a lot of money if it is.
So what is the ballpark, the budget for these shows these days?
$120 million.
And they make about that much, a little more, a little less?
Yeah, I mean, you never really know. If they lost $40 million last year,
they would have canceled it already.
Yeah, they would have sent everyone home.
Okay, so you set me up for that one. Your contract is up next May, I believe.
Yeah.
You going to stick around past that?
Well, you know, it's funny. I often answer that question, and then I do the opposite of what I said.
You previously said this is going to be like my last one.
The last 3 contracts, I said this is the last one. So I've learned not to say anything anymore because it upsets my staff, and it's best that I just, you know, when I make a decision, I will make that decision.
You brought up YouTube, which I think a lot of people would say has been sort of one of the primary sources of the downfall of late night over the last little bit.
Mm-hmm.
How have you changed your show to kind of appeal to people on YouTube, and why do you think you can't make more money there?
I never have changed my show to make it for YouTube. I'm very conscious of the fact that ABC pays for the show and YouTube pays nothing, and YouTube gets to sell it and keep half the money. And that's quite a deal for them, it really is. But I've never made the show for YouTube. With that said, I love YouTube and I love being on YouTube because all you really want deep down is for as many people to see your stuff as you can. And I know that it has hurt because it is so easy to watch the monologue on YouTube now. I know that it has hurt the ratings, not just for our show, but all of the shows. And maybe that's kind of what has killed late night TV.
Do you feel like there will be, like, The Tonight Show would be the last show to get canceled, I would assume?
Yes, I think so.
Do you think that that show will last a really long time, or do you feel like eventually all these shows go away and have to get reinvented and whatever?
I don't think there's a reason for these shows to go away. You could still have the same format. You could still have a band. You could have all of those things and still do the show for a lot less money. It's just the people aren't going to make it. The host is not going to make as much money, and the audience isn't going to be as big. But that's okay, because I mean, I love seeing these, I love the idea that people can make a living with 200,000 viewers every day or every night, and they can talk about weirdly specific things, and those people who are really interested in those weirdly specific things have a place to take those, to absorb that stuff. I think that's great. I love the idea that a 16-year-old can have their own TV show.
To me, technology is really in service of the content, not the other way around. And we're going to make significantly more shows at Paramount Plus. We are investing in sports rights. When you look at the acquisition of the UFC, that is the largest sport that is basically not shared between multiple platforms. And to basically, they have 100 million fans. They've grown 25% from 2019 to date. They grew at that level sitting behind a double paywall. So we think when you eliminate that double paywall, it's going to open it up and make it much more accessible. And in addition to that, when you look at the overall sports strategy, which cannot be more important to us, Paramount had a really strong fall and spring sports calendar, but really light in the summer.
You have football in the fall, you have March Madness in the spring.
You have the Masters, which we were incredibly proud to be partners with. And now with UFC, we have a year-long sports strategy. And that, in addition to all of the new originals that we're going to be making for P+, there's going to be more content, there's going to be a better tech product, that's going to yield additional engagement and scale.
And you're in the fun, spending money, showing people you're here to reinvigorate the company phase. When does the less fun part come?
So look, one of the things that I think is actually important is this business can be operated a lot more efficiently than it was operated in the past. And we've obviously announced $2 billion in obviously run rate synergies. We've said we're going to meaningfully obviously exceed those targets. And from our perspective, we intend to do that as quickly as possible so that we can basically get that behind us and then have the entire team just building for the future.
So one opportunity you took was buying the Free Press. The track record of big media companies like Paramount buying digital media companies like the Free Press is abysmal. At least over the last several years. So why are you buying this company, and what was the thought behind it?
What our goal is in news is we want to become the most trusted destination in news media. That is our goal. And I don't think it's a controversial thing to say right now that the civil discourse that currently exists is not in a great place. And we basically believe in all of the things that the Free Press believed in, which is we want to speak to the 70% of the audience that identifies themselves as center left to center right. We believe in the open exchange of ideas, and then fundamentally presenting both sides and allowing the audience to ultimately make their determination about how they feel about it. But they're presented with the facts, and we think that the Free Press recognized some of the issues that have been occurring and built a company as part of the solution to that problem.
What issues are you referring to there?
The notion of really just saying we want to get back into the trust business, we want to get back into the truth business. And then in addition to that, when you look at news, right, I cannot properly express how much respect and admiration I have for the legacy of CBS News and 60 Minutes. It's remarkable. But also the company does not have a digital strategy. And which is why the Free Press was a critical part of that acquisition, because you need to be able to meet people where they are.
We haven't talked about your dad at all, who is the biggest shareholder in your company. What advice has he given you about running a big company, and what is the relationship between the two of you like?
My father and I couldn't have a better relationship. We talk just about every day or every other day. Look, he's a pretty phenomenal mentor. I think he has about as good of a track record as you can get for actually creating value. If you look at the growth of Oracle this year, across everything he's done in our businesses, and as well as, our stock has obviously also performed since we closed.
Our North Star is do the work. Keep your head down and do the work. There's always going to be speculation in our business. We're in a massive time of disruption, and everyone's going to constantly be saying, what's going to happen next? Who's going to be there? You can't focus on that. You have to focus on the work. And I think what's so exciting about Warner Brothers right now, even though it's an over 100-year-old company, we all approach it with like startup energy. So it's actually a really great time to be making movies and TV.
Up next from Screen Time, the unlimited possibilities and potential problems that come with AI.
It's harder. It's getting harder, and I think pretty soon it'll be almost impossible.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherry-Ann in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
This is Bloomberg Screen Time. I'm Ed Ludlow.
And I'm Caroline Hyde. Every creator, every leader, every entrepreneur is trying to figure out how AI will change what they do.
For some of them, AI brings opportunity. For others, incredible risk to their content and their bottom line. We begin that discussion with the head of Instagram, Adam Mosseri.
Today on the big platforms like Instagram and TikTok and Facebook and YouTube, I think there's actually a lot of hybrid content. And too often we talk about synthetic content and organic content, and never the two shall meet. But there's a lot of content where AI is part of the workflow, right? Like you might not even know it. It might be whatever app you're using to do color correction, might be using models to do so. Stamp tool in Photoshop in the old days to get rid of a pimple, those types of things. But that line is going to be more and more blurred. So it's going to be a little bit less like what is organic content and what is AI synthetic content and what the percentages are. I think there's going to be actually more in the middle than pure synthetic content for a while. Do you need to be identifying that something is AI and alerting the audience to it, or is it all on the creator? I think that we can do more to identify content that was created with AI. We actually, when we first did it, we were using the EXIF data, and a bunch of people got mad at us because Photoshop was exporting content and the AI was part of the flow, and then we were saying it was AI content, but the creator was like, this isn't AI content, but if you actually looked at how the flow was made, Photoshop they thought Photoshop was AI, or they had used some tool in Photoshop that triggered that. Okay. I think it was Photoshop, or maybe it was Premiere. I forget which app. So it's a sort of a delicate matter. For what it's worth, though, I think that trying to automatically label everything that was created in some part with AI, particularly when there's a lot of hybrid content where it's only part of the process, is a little bit of, it's not a fool's errand, but it's maybe the wrong focus. I think what's going to happen quickly is that you can still kind of tell when content was created by AI. Not always, but usually. It's getting pretty good. It's harder. It's getting harder, and I think pretty soon it'll be almost impossible. Yeah. And so I think what we need to do is, sure, we can work more on labeling, but we also need to provide more context for people to make more informed decisions about what to believe and to not. So, like the way you think about, literacy for like my kids are young, they're 9, 7, and 5. I need them to understand as they grow up and they get exposed to the internet that just because they're seeing a video of something doesn't mean it actually happened. And when I grew up and I saw a video, I could assume that was a capture of a moment that happened in the real world. And what they're going to need to do is they're going to need to think about who is saying it, who's sharing it in this case, and what are their incentives, and why might they be saying it? And there's going to be way more importance if you're going to make good decisions about what to trust and what to allow to inform your own opinions. We're going to have to shift emphasis away from the content itself, and not to ignore it, but just away from it, and put more on who's saying it and why they might be saying it.
Yeah, but you're doing that as an involved parent.
But as a platform, we can provide context too, right? Like, and we do today, but we can do more. Like today, if you go to my profile, you can go to about this profile. You can see how long I've had this profile, what country I'm based in, how many times I've changed my username, a series of signals that you can use to decide how much you want to trust or not trust, or even maybe it's not even about positive and negative. Maybe it's just about my political bias or my financial bias or any other kind of bias I might have.
If you think about AI, I think of it the same way user-generated content 15, 17 years ago came in. It was a source of major friction between the open platforms like YouTube, where I used to work, and the copyright holders. And at that time, we just took what was a major friction and lawsuits, et cetera, and turned it into a multi-billion-dollar industry. And I think that was underpinned, obviously, by something called Content ID, which tracked the copyright and helped apportion the money. But I think of AI as that on steroids, and we just need to figure it out correctly so that we all participate.
But you say it's going to be a good thing. At the same time, all the record labels are suing Udio and Suno, which are sort of the two big audio AI companies. So why sue them, and how do you think that lawsuit ends?
So there's a very important sentence that we have, which is we reserve our options and we reserve our rights every time something new is happening. Our strategy around this is 3 L's: license, legislate, and litigate. In that order, preferably. It doesn't always happen that way. Sometimes they get mixed up, but those 3 are important. We always prefer to license. If we can set up the right outcomes, then of course licensing is amazing, and you do that, and we're always open for business. Legislate is important because if you don't have the right construct legislatively, then it's really hard to do licensing agreements in general. And litigate is when everything else fails. So, but sometimes it's upside down in terms of the order.
Yeah. So what, in terms of licensing, what does a good AI licensing deal look like? What is most important to a company like yours?
The best way to think about it is you have to think about a couple of things. One, which is you have to think about the input, and then you think about the outputs. On the input side, it's for training. We maintain that if you want to train on our content, you have to license it, which is the source of our lawsuits, obviously, that you have to license it.
And it seems like most of the AI companies, whether it's Suno, Udio, or OpenAI, do not feel that way.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it works out. That is the point. But we believe that it is absolutely, and we've maintained that is the right way forward. So that's on the input side. On the output side, there's 2 different types. One, when the music is sort of generic, so it's not recognizable by any artist. There's no name, image, likeness, and voice implicate in any way, so it's more like generic music. But it's based on training on our content. So for us, that's a new revenue stream. Then there is the type of music that implicates name, image, likeness, and voice, and that is very much similar to how UGC worked. And I think there are constructs for it. Obviously, need to change a little bit, but but we can copy a lot of that.
And so you think that AI music, rather than replace, you think that AI will expand the pie rather than replacing some of what you already have? Because if people are choosing to listen to AI music, doesn't that mean they're not listening to Ed Sheeran, Bruno Mars, Cardi B?
So we believe that in the world of AI, branded, big, recognizable music will become more valuable. There'll be a lot more music, and there'll be a lot more unrecognizable music, which will increase the noise and frustration and all of that. But we believe that music from big stars, recognizable music, sort of branded IP and music from stars, will actually be more valuable. We believe it so much that us and our partners at Bain Capital have put together a $1.2 billion JV to buy copyrights just like that. So it's not just us believing it. We have really smart people on Wall Street who believe.
Just ahead, the CEO's rewriting how the world consumes content.
We've been doing a lot of real hard plumbing work, but now we're getting to a really interesting place where we're going to deliver more of what our vision of what we should be doing in the space.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more.
We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Screen Time. I'm Caroline Hyde.
And I'm Ed Ludlow. When Netflix, Spotify, and YouTube built their empires, streaming meant transformation. Now it's the default, not the disruptor.
And with billions of people already streaming their videos, their games, and their music, well, companies are looking for what's next. We'll start that discussion with Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters.
How much more are you going to invest in live events over the next few years? And are there things that you know that you want to add to the service that you don't have right now?
So I would say start with, live we think of as an important additional form of entertainment that we can deliver members. It's sort of a different style of entertainment, where actually it's interesting because in contrast to our on-demand service, which has tremendous benefit because you control the entertainment and when you want to watch it, the big benefit of live is that we're all experiencing the same thing at the same time, and that has tremendous sort of social and conversational relevance, right? So we want to do more of it. It represents a very small fraction of our total investment. It represents a small fraction of our total hours, but we think it also does a different job.
One area you're investing a lot of capital right now, or you might quibble with a lot, but it is gaming.
Small fraction of our total investment, but yes. I appreciate you saying that.
You've been offering video games for 4 years. What grade would?
A little over 3.
A little over 3.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
What grade would you give your gaming efforts so far?
I'll give us a B-. How's that?
Okay.
I would say, look, you want to maybe just start where we're at, right? It's a big market. $140 billion ex-China, ex-Russia. That's just consumer spend. That doesn't include ads. So we think it's a real opportunity for us to try and earn a percentage of that over a period of time. A lot of what we've been doing is really just building the foundation, right? We've been doing a lot of real hard plumbing work, but now we're getting to a really interesting place where we're going to deliver more of what our vision of what we should be doing in the space is. We're also, I think, more clear around what are the gaming areas, back to the more traditional gaming areas that we are operating in. It's a lot of interactive games around our IP. So you think about what we did with Squid Game. I don't know if you saw Thronglets based on the Black Mirror universe, but
did not.
It's worth checking out because if you're a Black Mirror fan, it's so in universe. And the fans of Black Mirror just loved it because it was like they were having a meta experience there too. But even like Happy Gilmore, we did a golf game with Happy Gilmore that got a remarkable amount of consumption.
Do most of the people who use Netflix know you offer games?
I would say, that's part of, frankly, what's been hard about this. And I think it's hard for any brand that has a deep consumer sense of what are you doing for me, right? And then you're like, well, I'm going to do this as well. And it takes a while to really build up that sense of what's happening.
How much is it an impediment that for the most part now you can only play it on your phone?
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So it's developed, this gives you both that upside and that downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is, social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games, a pack of social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller, and it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game, we've got Tetris, we've got like a Mafia style whodunit, and if we, basically are gonna unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're gonna go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
You guys started a business to buy catalogs, manage estates. I call it Iconic, right?
Correct.
What's the most valuable catalog in the world?
Ooh. I normally would have said Beatles, but I'm not sure that's true anymore. You got to maybe say Taylor at this point.
So you have David Crosby.
We're a private company, but the press has
Beach Boys,
Rod Stewart, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Linda Ronstadt, Rod Stewart. I don't know if it's public. We recently acquired a chunk of the Sinatra estate. We have all the Rat Pack. We have Dean Martin. We're very diverse. We have Cher.
And so when you take something like Sinatra and the Rat Pack, something that iconic, but not to the name of your company, but not contemporarily kind of cool. That's what people are talking about.
Iconic for me connotates our friends, clients. If we think it's iconic, we're interested.
So how do you?
It's just not music type, but these estates are badly managed. It's great for estate planning, for some of these older artists especially.
So how do you take a Beach Boys or a Frank Sinatra and make it cool again?
Well, in the case of the Beach Boys, you probably may or may know there was a Grammys tribute television show on CBS. There was a Frank Marshall produced, directed Beach Boys special, which did big numbers. The Beach Boys are up over double since we got involved with them.
In terms of streaming, in terms of revenue, everything?
Revenue, yeah.
Yeah.
That's Bloomberg Screen Time. For more, go to Bloomberg.com. I'm Caroline Hyde.
I'm Ed Ludlow, and this is Bloomberg. Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
The new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Hello, you're watching Bloomberg TV. I'm David Inglass. It's 9:30 in the morning here in Hong Kong. Let's have a look at the market open right now, just in time for the mainland market open. Flats, slightly to the upside. We're coming off 6 straight days of gains on the CSI 300. Let's see if we get, of course, a 7th day. When you look at the currency, something to note, of course, 703 and change was the fixing. On a relative basis, 703.31 is the strongest fixing going back to September 2024. Although on the other side of the trade, you are getting more commentary coming through. Chinese media reporting. Be careful, right? It's not a one-way bet as it pertains to the Chinese currency. That is according to the Shanghai Securities News. The traders should not be betting on one-way direction on the Chinese currency. Have a look at the Hong Kong Open. We were shut, of course, Thursday and Friday, reopening after a long weekend, and there we are, up 1%, which is fairly consistent with the gains we're seeing across some of the growth-related names, chips specifically. We're looking at 10 cents, 4 tenths, and 1%. Baba's up by 1 1/4, as with Baidu. Speaking of chip stocks, bottom of your screen's coming up is the Kospi Index, which is really getting some traction here. Some of the other names, not so much, 2% to the upside in SMIC. Of course, the big news on the weekend out of the Finance Ministry. More suggestions and signals, stronger signals, that fiscal stimulus will be carrying much of the burden, or more of the burden, going into 2026. Appliance makers coming up as well on your screens. Does that mean more consumption? And metal stocks also in focus given the rally we're seeing in silver. Past tense, although we touched 83, 84, we're coming off highs on a silver price. I should also note that copper is also on a tear with copper in Shanghai now trading above 100,000. So we're seeing that space continue to rally. We'll be back with more updates shortly.
Hello and welcome to special coverage of Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes. I'm Eric Schatzker. It's time to rethink some long-held assumptions. Assumptions about trade, technology, and investment. At the New Economy Forum in Singapore, we brought together CEOs, investors, and government leaders for candid conversations about how to navigate and prosper in this age of uncertainty. The strategic shifts reshaping our world are accelerating, with profound implications for businesses, for countries, and for societies.
We are living in an age of extremes. Hard power is back in vogue. Weapons are smarter and deadlier. Alliances have fractured. Anger is toppling regimes. Pillars of the global economy are under attack. Climate is sliding down the priority list. Intelligence is becoming a commodity. These extremes mean dialogue matters more than ever. The world is at an inflection point. The choices we make now will echo for decades. So we must choose well.
Few places epitomize the challenges these changes present more than Singapore, a nation balancing deep ties with China, its largest trading partner, and the United States, its biggest investor and key security ally. We'll start there with Bloomberg editor-in-chief John Micklethwaite speaking to Singapore's Prime Minister, Lawrence Wong.
The intense competition and rivalry will continue, I'm sure. The mutual suspicion and distrust remains. But the guardrails will ensure that the rivalry does not slide into a full decoupling or worse, confrontation and conflict.
You also talked about a post-American order, which sort of interests me because it implies that America's move towards isolationism and protectionism is not just Donald Trump. That America no longer will be a champion of globalization, no longer be a sort of partner that you can rely on in the same way as you did. Do you really think that America has gone?
We hope not. When I said post-American order, I was referring to the forces that are driving us towards a more multipolar world. Yeah. So the unipolar moment where America was the leader that helped to guide, underwrite the global system, that moment I think is over. So the old rules do not no longer apply, but the new ones have not been written. But as we transit into this new multipolar world, it's not as though every pole remains the same. America is still the biggest, most powerful country, and still maintains, America's leadership remains vital.
Do you think in the end, a country like Singapore will have to choose between China and America? You've managed to avoid that so far.
Yeah. And the pressures will always be there. The great powers say we don't want you to choose, but of course each one wants us to be a closer friend to them. And that's always, the tension is always there, the pressures will always be there, but at the end of the day, we don't have to choose, really. We have to, I mean, it's not issue by issue. There will be some instances where we look at the issue, and we so happens that the particular position we take is the same as the US, for example, or as China, for example. But it's not from the lens of choosing one versus the other. It's from the lens of Singapore's national interest.
The administration seems surprised by the rare earths flex.
or at least maybe not ready for it. Were you surprised at how aggressive China was in that moment?
I'm not surprised because I think the Chinese have been preparing for, Trump 2.0 for quite some time. And I think that they knew that they had certain points of leverage that they would be deploying. And so, no, I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised that they thought that that was a flashpoint of leverage that would allow for the conversations to be, perhaps more balanced. I think it's great that both sides determined to try to buy some, de-escalation. I wouldn't have high hopes for 2026 being the year that those
Kumbaya.
Those issues get resolved. But I think domestic politics on both sides are playing a role, and I think having a little bit of a détente is a good thing.
I was surprised. Actually, I was the other way surprised. I wasn't at all surprised China played that card. I was surprised that the administration seemed surprised that it happened and didn't seem to have a plan for it. I mean, that's a huge amount of leverage that China had. It seemed kind of obvious they would go there. And I think we're foolish if we think they won't. There's so many points of leverage, which is why I don't think there's going to, I think this US-Chinese relationship over the next couple of years will be sort of the way it is now, status quo, because neither side wants or can afford escalation.
What are the risks of ongoing and existing disputes, even among these other nations? We have the ongoing China-Japan diplomatic spat, for example, throwing a wrench to the ongoing efforts to build a different system on the sidelines.
Well, I think, the point was made earlier that we don't have this kind of strategic trust. And I think I'm very glad that the US and China have reached some agreements and understandings, but it is a kind of cold peace. So we have to recognize that that's the landscape. And in that landscape, you're seeing some deepening between countries and their frameworks. What's happening here in Southeast Asia is particularly positive and I think forward-looking. But you see Europe developing new frameworks with Latin America. You're seeing new corridors between the Gulf and Asia. And I think, some of these commitments that have recently been made are going to see both increased investment in the United States and some de-risking from the United States.
What's important here is to realize that there's been major shifts. So 20 years ago, you could summarize global trade by saying China manufactures, the US consumer buys, and that's global trade. Subsequently, China's been manufacturing for the world. What we're seeing more recently is Asia buys Asia.
Do you see, Georges, a world where you could also have competing financial systems, actually, or splitting off in different networks? Or is that a step too far?
So the short answer, Francine, is no. Now, there are some countries, some jurisdictions that have been excluded from the financial system for, many for years, some for decades. Those countries have been excluded for various geopolitical reasons, and they're not in the financial system. Everything else, we see it as a cohesive financial system. I want to give you some illustration, Francine. 60% of our largest customers, wholesale customers, in mainland China are US companies. And mind that these are not US companies who are looking to manufacture in China to sell back into the US. The vast majority of them are actually manufacturing in mainland China for the China domestic market or for the Asian market opportunities, right? Now, they are very successful. They're making very good revenues and very good profits from this business, and they're paying very large dividends back into the US for the US shareholders. So that is not going to go away. That is the reality of how this world is integrated and how the financial system is integrated.
Jacques, where are we actually in this global realignment? Are we 60% there? Are we 70% there? Or is it ever evolving?
Right. I guess under this theme of realignment, there are several threats, right? Let's say on trade. With the tariff and all this adjustment, it's not really the fundamental, right? Because the fundamental has to come down to investment savings imbalances across countries. It's a very difficult rewiring of that. Essentially, I think the Chinese need to increase their consumption. The Americans need to reduce the consumption. But that's a very difficult sort of balance to achieve. Trade, in a way, is a symptom of that.
Coming up, the world of investment is being remade before our very eyes.
Why does the world need the next $5 or $10 billion public company when no one cares?
Do you think the dollar will remain the only reserve currency in the world, and are you as comfortable with the dollar as you used to be?
The dollar has been, as you say, a reserve currency for about 80 years. Actually, if you wanted to go further back, you could say it's almost after World War I, when the US had lent money to Europe and the UK for ammunition and so on, and then they had to get paid back in dollars, and that's when the strength of the dollar really began. So it's 100 years, 80 years, 100 years of dollar strength, so much so that important commodities, gold, oil, are denominated in dollars. Dollars are part of the payment system. When countries talk to each other, they represent their GDP and various figures in dollars. I think undoing that will take a long, long time. And, 3% in foreign exchange terms is not that much.
Okay, so you think the dollar will stay as the reserve currency of the
Absolutely.
time being?
From the beating heart of global finance, economics and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
You're watching special coverage of Bloomberg New Economy thriving in an age of extremes. I'm Eric Schatzker. Today, we're witnessing more than just seismic shifts. The old rules of investing no longer apply. From geopolitics to disruptive technology, global capital is adapting to a new reality. Supply chains in flux, tariffs and trade wars, and the promise or threat of AI. In Asia, and especially in Singapore, this building storm has huge implications. Strategies must be re-engineered for a hazy future.
And my worry is that we're going to be unable to deal with the global commons. It means climate change, pandemics, the challenges from AI. We won't be able to respond adequately to it because the two key players either are disrupting actively or are spoiling for a fight and are certainly not willing to restrain themselves with multilateral rules imposed by Lilliputian countries, big and medium and small elsewhere. There is still a majority of countries, and even I would say the majority of global GDP, that still wants to operate on supply chain efficiencies, on economic integration, on rules-based globalization. The only thing is the enforcer in chief is no longer there. And there is a need, therefore, to assemble a coalition of the willing. So what you're watching now, all that scurrying around by medium and small economies, is to keep globalization alive, reform what needs to be reformed. And there's a lot that needs reformed. But to work together in a more collegiate way, knowing full well that the underwriter, the enforcer, is not going to be doing the heavy lifting. So that's where I think there is a glimmer of hope.
We've made a massive change to the financial system in 2008. We collectively stared over the abyss and decided to reform. But while we were focused on the banking system, which was the focus of almost all reform, we really haven't kept pace with what's happened in our markets. So our markets have undergone massive shifts since 2008. So think about the following. 80% of trading, S&P 500. 10 companies, 40% of the S&P. Almost all the return in the market, 7 companies. Really 2 companies. And sometimes I jokingly say we levered the entire return of the US retirement system to NVIDIA. It's not clear to me that that was the purpose. Why does the world need the next $5 or $10 billion public company when no one cares? And what's happened is other markets, private markets in particular, have grown large enough to be able to provide companies debt and equity for a really long period of time at large scale. Stripe is private, SpaceX is private, OpenAI is private, Mars is private, the NFL is private. It will not surprise me to see 50, 100 really large companies that have elected to stay private because they can. So is that good or bad? I don't know. But it certainly is different than the world that we grew up in, where everyone worked to get to the public markets to be able to raise capital.
Businesses need certainty, right? And so that's what they foreign companies are asking, well, what do you think about tariffs? What do you think is going to happen with this? And I think as Americans, we've had a pendulum swing approach from one administration to another that I think is very dangerous long term. And what I mean by that is, Oklahoma is heavy oil and gas, as you know, and we've got great pipeline companies. And, in the one administration, they kill the Keystone Pipeline, and the next administration brings it back, and then the next administration kills it. And we just can't have it. And finally, the businesses are just saying, hey, no more. We're not gonna keep investing these dollars.
There to date have been very few restrictions, but some beginning on capital flows. So if you think about sort of the hierarchy of tariffs, if you will, it's goods, it's services, it's capital flows. And so I think the trend that we're seeing, you heard a little bit of this on the stage this week, of some of the large asset owners from other countries limiting their investment in the United States because they're unsure about that. But what I'm seeing around the world is friendshoring, if you will, of capital flows. In other words, people who are increasingly putting capital into their own country or their friends' countries, and they are increasingly pulling their capital back from countries that are perhaps not on the friends list. And I think that's a huge change for the capital markets that we're seeing today, and will be long-lived.
Well, I think we understand all the objective of the sanctions. And I think in the context of the Russian-Ukraine war, I think the objective was very clear. But I think one thing that often politicians do not always understand is the long-term implications of those sanctions. In the short term, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. But there is an erosion of trust, which is really driven by those decisions.
Is Europe really going to stomach the reforms that it needs to do to be able to compete? Honestly, how many German entrepreneurs ended up in the U.S. because they'll say, I can get capital there, I can get innovation there. It's not that the talent isn't there, it's just that the market isn't there and the mechanism and the regulatory environment isn't such that people can be successful there. And so if you look around the world, I mean, it's really U.S. and China that has the great innovation that's happening.
What we see is that China to U.S. traffic is down because of, especially in as a result of the de minimis going away. However, China intra-Asia flows are up. China-Europe flows are up. China-Latin America flows are up. So, and then the intra-regional numbers is, also now starting to change as well. So this is a much more complex question than just China plus one at this point. Like I said, there's a new equilibrium state being formed in these new supply chain patterns, and they're much more regional in nature. And like we said, the mix of China's exports are now fundamentally shifted away from the United States, primarily in the B2C now, perhaps more in B2B later, and then they're moving into other lanes.
Are these disruptions permanent, or are we looking at them lasting through President Trump's term?
I think disruption doesn't follow election cycles. They follow actually fundamental changes in the markets. So I think these disruptions, they will stay.
Coming up, how to tackle the disruptive forces of AI.
When we had the previous digital revolutions, people even in the US and the UK were very positive about the technology, and they are not in the same way today. They are more fearful.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
You're watching special coverage of Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes. I'm Eric Schatzker. In the 3 years since ChatGPT burst on the scene, AI has become a disruptive force, reshaping business models, balance sheets, and the employment landscape. Most leading AI developers foresee a future in which AI doesn't just match human intelligence, it goes way beyond it, redefining what we thought possible. For businesses, the question isn't just where do we invest, but how do we protect what we have while preparing for what's next? For governments, the challenge is managing both opportunity and disruption. The same AI wave that promises productivity also threatens jobs, social structures, and competitive positioning. We'll begin that part of the conversation with the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak.
We're living at a time which is both paradoxically the most dangerous of our lifetimes, but also the most transformational. I say dangerous because the old unipolar world order that we were used to is gone. We're not quite sure what's replacing it. Great power competition is back. Technology is obviously a part of that. But also this is transformational because AI, I genuinely think will be a general purpose technology like electricity, like steam, and these things don't come along that often, and when they do, they have the potential to transform societies, economies, and that's really exciting.
What kind of grade would you give generative AI in terms of how useful it is today, with A being the best and F being it's a total flop?
I give it an A.
Okay, and why is that?
And I would tell you why I give it an A. It's not because of what we see today, but what might come. We got to truly believe that artificial intelligence is going to create a new age of innovation. There is so much capital being invested. So when I look at the potential today of artificial intelligence, not just generative intelligence, you have industrial AI, artificial intelligence coming in, and all of the things that are currently in development, and the amount of capital that's being deployed. We are only witnessing the beginning of a new innovation age. I truly believe that. And the last time we saw that was 25 years ago.
Amongst Western countries, and the Anglosphere in particular, there is actually an enormous amount of fear and skepticism about AI.
There's a lot of fear.
And that is interesting, and it's different in 2 respects. It's different to what you're seeing in countries like China, or India, or the Gulf, or here in Asia more generally, where people have just a different view about it. They're more positive about it, impacting their lives. They feel good about using it. You are not seeing that in the West in the same way. And secondly, it's different to the past, because if you look at the last digital revolution, you didn't see that. And so when we had the previous digital revolutions, people even in the US and the UK were very positive about the technology, and they are not in the same way today. They are more fearful.
This is actually something that is really important. We have to make sure as we're building AI that we're thinking about the global implications of this technology. Part of this means how do you develop the models as well with the world in mind. It's not something that we can think about as an afterthought. AI is not a technology where we have national borders. You launch a model and it's available worldwide. So we have to think about everything from access to literacy to actually making the models easy to interact with. Things like making it multimodal from the beginning, which we've done with Gemini, which is you can talk to it, you can type it, you can take a picture, and being able to do that in many different languages, being able to transform that output. So you're lowering the barrier for people in general to use it.
Very few countries in the world
we'll be able to have all the elements of a AI ecosystem that are desirable, that are good. It's a given, it's a reality. I don't think it's going to change. But I also think we are not without agency. Within each of our own countries, we do have the ability to reshape things. And some of the areas that are worthwhile reshaping in order to be more ready for an AI future is investing in infrastructure, making it happen. You may not be able to do it on your own, but there are organizations like the World Bank, IMF, even the United Nations Development Program that are very alive to this problem and leaning forward to help.
And for young generation, it is our responsibility to ensure they must understand AI and they study AI because the future is there. It is also time for us to redesign how human and machines build the future together from data and machine learning. The intelligent economy is not only about technology, it is about preparing people. I believe that there will be more jobs and more opportunities to come.
That's just some of the discussion and debate from Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes in Singapore. You can find much more at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg Terminal. I'm Eric Schatzker. This is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
The economy has been doing well. That does not tell you what the future is going to be.
We are taking a step-by-step approach, a very systematic approach with India.
This is a time to put a little more defense into your portfolio.
Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Have you ever thought about, or would you make a movie for a streaming service? Would you make a Netflix movie?
Man, that's a great question.
I mean, I'm waiting for one where I ask and you go, that was a shitty question.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you good at your job, bro. Like, this is actually the first time anybody's ever asked me that. You know, I'm not here to say what I would and wouldn't do in the future. You know, but the theatrical experience is one that means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to us. Mm-hmm. I feel a certain responsibility. Like if Fruitvale had happened a calendar year later, it probably would have come out on streaming. You know, I've been fortunate enough that everything that I've written and directed has been a theatrical release. So I feel a duty to try to protect that. You know, but that's where I'm at today.
You're watching Bloomberg TV. I'm David Ingles. It's 11 a.m. in Tokyo, 10 a.m. if you're watching here in Hong Kong. Here are the major stories that we're tracking this hour. President Trump says he has made what he calls a lot of progress. That's in talks with Ukraine as both sides work to secure a peace deal to end Russia's invasion. He met with Volodymyr Zelensky earlier at Mar-a-Lago and says an agreement may come in a few weeks. He also envisions a potential trilateral meeting with Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The Ukrainian leader went into the meeting with the aim of resolving key issues, including territory status and also future security guarantees.
We had a terrific meeting. We discussed a lot of things. As you know, I had an excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close.
We discussed all the aspects of the peace framework, which includes, and we have great achievements, 20-point peace plan, 90% agreed, and U.S.-Ukraine security guarantees, 100% agreed. U.S.-Europe-Ukraine security guarantees, almost agreed. Military dimension, 100% agreed. Prosperity plan being finalized.
Now, Chinese defense stocks on your screens in focus this morning after Beijing says it will hold military maneuvers around Taiwan that would include live fire drills. Now, the exercises, which start on Monday, include the Army, Navy, and Rocket Force. Beijing says the drills are a stern warning against Taiwan independence, while Taiwan has called on China to act rationally. The exercise comes after the U.S. announced a major weapons package for the island. Now, North Korea says it has conducted a launch drill of a long-range strategic cruise missile over the West Sea on Sunday. That, according to state media, the drill tested the counterattack readiness of combat capabilities of some long-range units. Now, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un reportedly observed the exercise and expressed satisfaction with the outcome. Right, about 32 minutes into cash market session, Hang Seng Index is up. Volume surprisingly on the heavier side relative to the 30-day average. Nikkei's off. Kospi, of course, is being lifted by the chip story. Hang Seng Tech coming up on your screens as well, if not already, also feeling the tailwinds there. Currency markets very, very quickly. Not a lot to tell you about, apart from the fact that we are hovering around 7 on dollar China. The big market story, of course, remains in the commodity space, particularly copper and silver. So silver's $8-9 trading range today, 84 at 1 point. We're now trading at below 77.50. Copper, of course, as you can see, continuing its stellar rally. We'll have plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg's Women, Money and Power event in London. I'm Anna Edwards. Bloomberg is bringing together the world's leading female voices in business, financial markets and economics. Top executives will share their expertise and insights on market risks and opportunities in a time of geopolitical upheaval and an artificial intelligence boom. And we'll discuss the role of private markets in financing it. We'll bring you that and much more on this special coverage of Women, Money and Power.
I think we are in such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes, and I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything.
The number of companies who are staying private or going private and company formation in the private land is also increasing.
There are 40% fewer public companies today than there were 20 years ago. So what's driving that?
That notion of just buy the S&P 500, if you own that for the last couple of years, you would have been just fine. It's all about making sure that portfolios are very diversified because it is difficult to price in the uncertainty and volatility.
The disconnect between geopolitics and the markets, and it's very striking to see that, and even this morning, whatever happens, the stock market keeps rising worldwide.
I do think government working in partnership with the private sector is actually making the right moves. We put a lot of pressure on them and they respond. If you don't have scale, your ability to train your AI models, you're going to be left behind. And data is very expensive. We know because we buy it from places like Bloomberg.
The chatter around the future of artificial intelligence has hit fever pitch this year. It raises questions around how the technology will reimagine jobs, consumer behavior, and more. Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix spoke to Google's EMEA president, Debbie Weinstein, about the wide-ranging impact of the technology.
The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. When we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion euro estimate of the productivity growth that can be unlocked for the region, which I think is urgently needed given the growth trends that we've seen in the region kind of over the last 10 years and the difference of relative growth rates certainly between here and the rest of the world. We need to make sure regulations are in place because I think this technology is incredibly powerful and it deserves to be regulated, but it needs to be regulated well. And I think currently in Europe, there's something like 100 different pieces of digital legislation that have been written since 2019. They conflict with each other. They are not clear on what the outcome is. And I think there's a real need for simplification and harmonization so that we understand how do we actually get our best products.
Google's EMEA president speaking with Francine Lacroix. The AI boom has sent global indexes to record highs and created several trillion-dollar companies. Governments and firms are racing to build out the infrastructure to power and distribute the technology. Bloomberg's Chief Content Officer, Heather Harris, caught up with figures from Carlyle and Brookfield on everything from the data center build-out to how we're going to finance and power the so-called AI industrial revolution.
We typically invest in asset-oriented businesses or projects. And in general, our markets are used to seeing growth, which is along the lines of GDP growth. It tends to be low single digits in the Western Hemisphere. Maybe you get to high single digits in emerging markets. What AI infrastructure is leading to is a step function change in the demand for infrastructure assets. If you believe any of these numbers, whether it's 7 trillion or 10 trillion, these are significant numbers that are creating a significant demand pull for certain infrastructure assets. And to just, elaborate on what Hadley was talking about, which I completely agree with, the kind of infrastructure that you're talking about is not just the data centers themselves, but the infrastructure that enables the build out of those data centers. So power generation capacity, transmission distribution upgrades, water processing capacity, fiber connectivity, all of those numbers are related, and they all fall within the infrastructure investing mandate.
I think we should move on to the risk in the interest of fair-minded and balanced journalism, as some of my colleagues were talking earlier. We have seen some analysts, investors start to talk about bubble risks when you start talking about a $7 trillion investment opportunity. I guess one of them is in the concentration of power of the customers for these data centers. So one of your competitors, for example, is comparing it to the gold rush in California over 100 years ago and saying that, okay, the people who sold the picks and shovels, now the data centers, are going to be the winners. And yet in this environment, there are only really a handful, maybe a few more, people who can buy these extraordinarily large picks and shovels that we're talking about now. So can you talk a little bit about the risks of only having a few customers for some of these large-scale projects?
Well, I'll kick off actually on something that Pooja said, and then I think she's got some additional thoughts as well. But one of the words that we keep saying is infrastructure.
Yeah.
And so infrastructure, long-term predictable cash flows, long-term take-or-pay contracts. And so from that standpoint, you have a lot of mitigation built in to any type that's being built on spec. And so if you go back to those days, and you can pick any kind of asset class, I mean, the gold rush is one of those, what we're doing is the backbone, right? This is the infrastructure of this. And so it should have the infrastructure characteristics in order to mitigate that.
So, if you think about building out a hyperscale data center, depending on the size of that project, you are well into the tens of billions of dollars for the total capex of the project. And that includes different sources of capital to fund that aggregate capex amount. It will include project financing. It might include junior debt or subordinated debt, preferred equity, and then equity. And so if you want to find the most efficient cost of capital for the entirety of that capital stack, you do need to have contracted cash flows in place. So people have to be discerning when it comes to the quality of those contracts, the credit risk around those contracts, the tenor of those contracts. All of those things go into the calculus. So would I say that, we're worried about that concentration risk right now? You have to see what is the credit support that's available under those contracts. You mentioned the OpenAI partnership, for example, with NVIDIA. Oracle is forward-leaning with their balance sheet. I think that has been a game changer in terms of attracting sources of capital to building out these kind of projects. So you have to focus on the key elements of commercializing an infrastructure project. It really isn't that different from doing an airport or a large-scale power generation facility or a data center.
That was the CIO of the infrastructure group at Carlyle and Brookfield Asset Management's CFO, speaking with Bloomberg's Heather Harris. Coming up, much more from Bloomberg's Women, Money and Power event in London.
Realizing that we've been in a period of time where we've had ultra-low interest rates, a lot of fiscal stimulus, this ongoing globalization, this chapter is coming to a close. Clearly, America is focused on America first.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Global markets are being reshaped by geopolitical tensions and shifting currency dynamics. So how are some of the most influential voices in global finance managing that volatility? Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix put the question to the CEOs of State Street Investment Management and leading global asset manager Franklin Templeton.
When you look at around the world, what are markets most underestimating in terms of the risks out there?
You know, on balance, we're actually very constructive about the markets. And, you know, we're calling for a soft landing in the U.S. We think the ECB has done a really good job. We're obviously a little bit concerned with China and some of the structural issues that are necessary. And we're also working our way through all the tariff negotiations. And I suppose maybe that's the piece of it, which is realizing that we've been in a period of time where we've had ultra low interest rates, a lot of fiscal stimulus, this ongoing globalization. This chapter is coming to a close. Clearly, America is focused on America first. And so that notion of just buy the S&P 500, if you own that for the last couple of years, you would have been just fine. It's all about making sure that portfolios are very diversified. Because it is difficult to price in the uncertainty and volatility. And so I don't have necessarily a risk that we don't think the market is thinking about, but from the perspective of investing, holding gold, holding cash, holding private markets, being deliberate about all of that is in a very important way forward.
Jen, is there something you worry about, valuation?
No, I agree with you, Shannon, on the point she's made. I would just add, I think the market may be a little bit optimistic on the number of rate cuts. I think that inflation is probably going to be, you know, more difficult than to come in and maybe even, we might even see, I mean, obviously the tariffs are going to come through. You look at U.S. employment and, you know, on the one hand, the 900,000 jobs that, you know, suddenly didn't exist, people say, well, is that a weak labor market? And yet you had wages go up 4%, in some cases 5%. And so, and immigration had gone from like 3 million people coming in to now 1 million and even less. So that's absorbed. At some point, there's going to be continued wage inflation if you have less immigration in, right? And some of it's been offset probably by productivity gains in companies and some of those things. But I just think that inflation is a potentially bigger problem, and so you're not going to get the rate cuts that the market thinks it's going to get.
Because it's stickier.
It's stickier. And by the way, remember the big, beautiful bill, those, I do call it tax extensions because there were more tax extensions in it, but some of that was front loaded, so that's going to be a stimulus for next year. All those things are kind of inflationary.
Yeah, do you worry about inflation or the labor market in the U.S.?
Well, I'm going to disagree with you, Jen.
Okay, all right, good. That makes a better panel.
So from our perspective, we do think the inflation hawks have it wrong. We've been worried about the labor side, and obviously the Fed has a dual mandate. And from our perspective, yes, we've seen some goods inflation, but the services side is showing deflationary pressures. And when you think about housing and rentals, we see that really coming down. And so inflation, in our view, 3% last year. We think it's 2.8% this year, 2.6% next year. And wage growth is slowing. Unemployment is ticking up. It hasn't impacted the consumer yet, and that's one of the reasons why we're optimistic about the U.S. equity market. But we think it's critically important that the Fed continue on its path of easing. We're calling for another 50 basis points this year, 50 basis points first half of next year to really get to a neutral rate closer to 3%, which we think is more sustainable relative to the growth of the economy.
I mean, I know the Fed drives everything, but are you sometimes amazed at, given everything that's going on, geopolitics, China, you know, there's multiple wars on multiple fronts, the debt concern, the U.S. government shutdown that we're experiencing, that, you know, the markets are a little bit too focused just on interest rates?
Well, the consumer's still doing great in the U.S. I mean, they're still spending, and actually, if you look at the market, I mean, earnings are pretty good. You still have pretty good earnings growth. I think there are segments that some of the policies are really hurting. I think like agriculture, hospitality, some of those things. But in general, the market's still and the economy's still really strong. So, I'm put on the side of saying that we're going to have good markets here, and but again, that's why I think we'll have a little bit more inflation than the Fed. So I would put it at the 25 basis points one time this year.
I mean, there's not a single day that goes on without us talking about private credit, private markets. Is there anything that we're underestimating, actually, with the very rapid growth of private credit?
Look, again, I always say with private credit, you got to remember that banks used to be the lenders. Capital requirements were such that it changed it, so now that's shifted into the private markets. I think the key is, but this is consistent with any credit. With credit, you always have to find where the opportunity is, right? So right now, you look at the high yield market and even the private credit market, some portions of it are priced for perfection, right? Like you want to know people are optimistic about the economy, look at the fixed income markets. So you have to find where there's opportunity. And the key, I think, is to remember that private credit is illiquid, and therefore you have to get a premium. You should get a premium for that, so kind of demand that. Am I worried about private credit? Not yet. What I've said, one thing that is a concerning trend is as you get into these perpetual products from drawdown, it's always a bit riskier when you have to deploy capital in the case of credit, because sometimes you're better off saying, well, you're not getting the risk-adjusted returns that you should for it. So I think that's just a trend that we should keep our eye open on.
The CEOs of State Street Investment Management and Franklin Templeton speaking with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix. Coming up, much more from Bloomberg's Women, Money and Power event in London.
If you look at in the private landscape today, there are more public to privates being done in the last 2 years. We've done 25 in the last 2 years, just to put it into context around the world, right? And it's because you can do some of that change as not in the public face every day.
The world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
Over the past decade, private markets have become a defining feature of global finance. Bloomberg's senior executive editor, Sri Vidya Bhaktavasalam, spoke to industry leaders about the opportunities and risks that lie ahead as the space matures and examines how institutional and high net worth investors are changing the way they think about the asset class.
Why are there more private companies today, right? If you look at the other stat that I think is super interesting is there are 40% fewer public companies today than there were 20 years ago. So what's driving that? Why do companies want to stay private for longer? And how do they need different financing to support their growth, right? For us, it's all about a growth story, and I think that's really important. As a private company, what you're really focusing on is the velocity of change within the company to really focus on the profitability, the bottom line operational growth of the business, how do you reshore management, all of those things really, really matter. And I think what's happened, if you look at the last 10, 20, 30 years, is that when you're managing to quarterly earnings, that's very different than reinvesting in the business, right? How you use your CapEx, how you think about your free cash flow. All of that really changes. So when you think in the context of what's happening, right? I mean, if you look at in the private landscape today, there are more public to privates being done in the last 2 years. We've done 25 in the last 2 years, just to put it into context around the world, right? And it's because you can do some of that change as not in the public face every day. And there's nothing wrong with that. You may be public one day in the future again, but some of that change you could do in a very different way. Now, where do the banks play a role in that? You need the financing to support it, right? You're not going to do it all in equity. And having that type of partnership, having that type of relationship where you can have the sources of capital to support that long-term growth, by the way, that's a good thing for everyone. It's a good thing for investors. It's a good thing for public companies in the future when some of these companies go public. And it's good for the employees of these businesses, right? I mean, it's one of the reasons why we spend so much of our time making sure that in the businesses we buy, we have universal ownership, right? It's not just C-suite. It's the same as in our company, right? At KKR, we all share in everything we do. Why can't you do that in a private company as well, right? So I think a lot of those best practices we're really able to push through, and that partnership with the banks, especially on the financing side, has been very important.
From Apollo's perspective, we've got a $700 billion credit business, and the overwhelming majority of that is within our investment grade business. So when we look at the business, we look at it with the lens of how can we serve their needs. And it's interesting, we talk about private capital, the definition of just private credit in itself, we look at it as a little bit different. It's often referred to as the leveraged loan market, usually sponsor-backed, and that's a subset of a subset. For us is a 40 trillion market and predominantly an investment grade market. So to go back to your question on the banks, everything that's on a bank balance sheet is private credit. So a loan to a corporate is private credit, a mortgage is private credit, a loan to consumer is private credit, credit card loan is private credit. So that's the lens by which we are looking at this market. And yes, there's no question that we have different business models. So a bank often has a very strong origination business, and they have different regulatory capital requirements, and they borrow short, and lending long is something that can be very punitive, and there's been a lot of regulatory changes that have changed this, and we have been talking about debanking different rates across the world. And if you pair this with private capital, from our perspective, we care about the underlying asset and making sure that we create alpha across the risk spectrum. So being able to, originate something in a bespoke way means that, we can maybe get access to some of that source in the bank has. They can get paid handsomely for the services they provide to their client. We get a good asset, and, the way we see it is a win-win.
And I would just add the other part of large financial firms like Morgan Stanley and banks that have a large wealth management business is our ability to distribute the funds that they're raising the money for. And increasingly, our clients are asking us to innovate with them and with our asset management partners. So the ability to raise funds means that we've done $250 billion in alternatives since inception. We raised $35 billion last year. But increasingly, our clients are saying, okay, we love the funds that you put on your platform. We know you're doing the right diligence, both from an investment perspective and an operational due diligence side. But we also are asking you to bring us co-investment opportunities. And the asset management partners that we work with have been critical partners in bringing that flow to our clients.
So what are the pain points in that relationship?
Well, the pain points are areas where our clients will come to us and say historically they didn't love the reporting around some of the fund structures, so they wanted a little bit less friction in the process from a paperwork perspective, tax perspective, and our asset management partners have responded to that really well.
I mean, I also think the wealth market has fundamentally changed, right, in the last even 5 years, right? So when you think about how individual investors have tried to access private investing, right? Now, why is it important? It's important for a few reasons, right? Typically because if you're investing in private in the right way, you should be receiving a premium from a return standpoint against what you would be receiving in the public markets, right? So what does good look like in private equity? It's probably 500 to 700 basis points above the public markets, right? So that's the attraction. But the question to date has been, how do you get there? How do you get access to it? Private investing has really been in the hands of the largest institutional investors for the last 50 years, right? The way a private markets fund raises capital through a closed-end fund has literally not evolved in 50 years, right? The way you buy a house has changed, right? Like everything is changed. The way you finance a deal has changed. So what we're starting to see in the last several years is this whole concept of evergreens, right? This whole concept of always on, right? And I think that's taken a lot of the frictional points out of those relationships where you can decide when you want to invest, you can decide when you want to exit. And in the meantime, you optimize diversification, you have a higher velocity of compounding in your returns because of the structures. But I think to your point, you've got to be with the best-in-class managers, right? You've got to be with those who understand the cycle-tested nature of the business, know how to drive returns. And if you can do that, I actually think it takes out a lot of the frictional pain points. And what we're doing is giving individual investors that same opportunity that a large institutional investor should have. But we're doing it in probably a more streamlined, less frictional way.
Liz Dennis of Morgan Stanley, Natalia Situra of Apollo, and Elisa Wood of KKR, speaking with Bloomberg's Sri Vidya Bhaktavatsilam. Women's sports have seen record audience growth, sponsorship interest, and cultural momentum in recent years. But institutional investment remains cautious. Bloomberg editorial lead Jacqueline Simmons explored the hard truths with industry insiders, discussing where money is actually going.
If you look at the growth metrics of women's football, selfishly, in this country at the moment, it's phenomenal. We are the fastest growing sport on the planet. Our participation is up in this country. The interest that is around women's football is at a real, to your point, we're at a real moment in time to be able to capitalise on it. And if I was an investor looking to come into football in this country at the moment, I'd certainly be considering women's, because I don't have to invest an astronomical amount to become the best in the world, to really be put on the global stage, to be winning Champions League. Whereas if I wanted to do that in men's football in Europe, that's going to cost me a lot of money. That's a higher risk investment.
That's a wrap for the second Bloomberg Women, Money and Power event in London. You can find more from top voices in finance at Bloomberg.com.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Hello, you're watching Bloomberg TV. I'm David Ingles. It's 10:30 in the morning here in Hong Kong, 11:30 if you're watching out of Tokyo. Let's get to some of the top stories we're tracking this hour. Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan says that he expects the Trump administration to cool trade tensions next year. In an interview recorded earlier this month and aired on Sunday on CBS News' Face the Nation, Moynihan says the bank now sees de-escalation instead of escalation, with an average of 15% tariffs for a broad base of countries.
To go from a 10% across the board to 15% for the broad base of countries, not a huge impact. And that's where our team says it's starting to de-escalate, and that you're starting to see the resolution of the discussions into 15% here, 17, different numbers. When you put China's a different question, because of national security interests, the rare earth minerals, the magnets, batteries, just the AI, all that stuff. It's a very different case.
China's lawmakers have approved revisions to the foreign trade law incorporating provisions to safeguard national security. Now, state-run Xinhua News Agency reports the legislation will also strengthen property rights and include measures to stabilize supply chains. This is the second major revision to China's foreign trade law since its enactment back in 1994. Right, automakers in focus, and as you can see, we are up And a lot of this might have to do with the fact that we are getting more signals coming through of extensions as far as support for consumption is concerned. So this concerns the consumer goods trading program. That's after, of course, more signals coming out of the finance ministry that will continue to be a broad story to track in 2026. We'll leave you with a look at the Japanese markets just going into the lunch break, and we're doing relatively okay, given, of course, it's quiet out there. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
America has faced a long, serious challenge with obesity.
There are 110 million with obesity. It's projected in 5 years there'll be 1 billion people on the planet who have obesity.
Obesity rates in the United States have gotten exponentially worse in the last couple of decades. As Americans have become more sedentary, our portion sizes for meals have gotten bigger. The snacking industry in the United States is huge.
According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, nearly half of the adults in the United States are considered obese.
Obesity is probably the most important chronic disease afflicting Americans right now.
I think that people think that obesity is just a matter of calories in and calories out. You're judged based upon just how much you eat and how much you burn.
Not only do you get the diabetes, the hypertension, the high cholesterol, the heart disease, the heart failure, the sleep apnea, arthritis, mood disorders, the list goes on and on.
In 2023 alone, obesity and extra weight cost American businesses and workers more than $425 billion. That's not all from medical bills. We're talking about missed work, disability claims, and a big drop in productivity.
Lack of physical activity and food intake is at its core. 40% of all cancers have a high correlation to obesity.
But what's fueling this epidemic?
We have genetics, development, environment, and behavior all playing a large role.
And how did we get here?
Honestly, doctors are still trying to figure out exactly what happened to make obesity rates skyrocket the way that they have.
I'm David Rubenstein. For nearly a decade, I've interviewed some of the most interesting and powerful people in the world. Presidents, athletes, CEOs, entrepreneurs. I talk to them about their careers and their lives. Inevitably, we almost always end up talking about how they're living and how much they think about trying to live better. We're all trying to make sense of the mountain of new information available and the ambitious efforts underway to tackle the biggest health obstacles. On longevity, come with me as I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine and ask them the questions we all have: how to be healthier and ultimately how to live longer. So is it my impression, or am I wrong, that people seem to be getting heavier in the United States at least, and obesity is a big problem these days health-wise?
Obesity is probably the most important chronic disease afflicting Americans right now. The prevalence of obesity continues to increase unabated.
Well, what is the reason for this?
Research is showing is that the reason people develop obesity is not just that there are too many calories, that we take for given, but that what fattening food does is to damage the circuitry in the brain that regulates body weight, so that your brain becomes resistant to the hormones that control weight. So your stomach, your intestine, your fat cells are sending hormones to your brain, trying to tell your brain how much you've eaten and how much fat is stored. But the circuitry in the brain, in the hypothalamus and other parts of the brain, is not responding properly. And as a result, your weight keeps going up, up, up. And that pulls your appetite.
Our portion sizes for meals have gotten bigger. Snacking, obviously the snacking industry in the United States is huge, and snacking plays a role in this too. And over that time, BMI has gone up for Americans.
For more than a century, body mass index, or BMI, has been a metric used to define obesity. It compares weight to height. If your BMI is 30 or higher, that is considered obese, while 25 to 30 is overweight. Earlier this year, the Lancet Commission announced a major shift in the definition of obesity, considering factors beyond BMI and dividing it into preclinical and clinical categories.
In January of 2025, we sought to give a better solution to the story. We wanted to use your overall health to determine how one's weight status should be judged. When we look at your waist circumference, we're getting around your belly button, for example, and we're determining if you have visceral adiposity. If you carry fat around your organs, that predisposes you to things like fatty liver, or we've rechanged that name to metabolic associated steatotic liver disease, or predisposes you to things like heart attacks and strokes. So we'd rather look at that gives a more holistic measure than just telling you if your height and weight contributes to disease. Let's do a deeper dive and look at what other health metrics we have available. What is the blood pressure telling us? What is the cholesterol panel telling us?
What percentage of people in the United States are overweight, would you say?
The numbers right now are that the high 30s, 38 to 40% have obesity, 35% are overweight. And if you look at it, obesity keeps going up, up, up. People are getting pushed right through overweight into obesity and to higher levels of obesity.
If you are 35% or so are overweight and 35 to 38% are obese, does that mean that together more than 70% of the people in the United States are overweight?
That's correct.
If you look at the epidemiology charts, it really seems to have started in the 60s, growth in overweight and obesity in the country, and really accelerated in the 80s and 90s. So what are the reasons? How we live certainly is one of them, and energy expenditure has to be part of the story. What we eat, though, is probably a more important reason, not just the quantity, which has risen modestly through that period of time, but actually what's in our food has changed. And I think that's also attributed to this.
So when I was growing up, there were various diets my parents always tried. They were, let's see, first they started Weight Watchers, and then they had the Scarsdale diet, the Atkins diet, the Mediterranean diet, the water diet. Any of those diets ever work?
Diets work in the short term. The reason they don't work long term is because there is a resistance mechanism to stop you from starving to death. So your body has built-in circuitry and hormonal changes that occur when you lose weight that respond out of proportion to the amount of weight that's lost. And that guarantees failure over a period of time.
So in recent years, to deal with the overweight problem, surgeons came up with bariatric surgery. Is that working? People still do that, or basically people have gone to something else?
Bariatric surgery has been the gold standard for the treatment of severe obesity. It's not for someone who's overweight, it's not for someone with lower levels of obesity, but for people with severe obesity, and particularly those who have complications, bariatric surgery can be life-saving. It's certainly life-changing.
I actually do think for patients with severe obesity, using it in combination with GLP-1 medications is by far the most effective treatment tool. So for those patients, I would recommend sending them for still surgical intervention. After they reach their nadir or reach a point of stability, then I usually add on GLP-1, and so their weight will come down and stabilize here. And then I add on a GLP-1 and get additional weight loss. So these patients are able to achieve 30, 40, 50, and even 60% total body weight loss with the addition of a GLP-1 receptor agonist to their regimen.
Today, a new class of medications is changing lives. Known as GLP-1s, these drugs were originally developed for diabetes, but they've shown remarkable promise in helping people lose weight and keep it off.
Is that the solution for all of the obesity problems?
It's an incredible medication, incredible advance, because there were many GLP-1 stimulating compounds before. They treated diabetes well, but they didn't do much for weight. Semaglutide was the first one that really broke through to produce 15% weight loss.
GLP-1 medications like Eli Lilly's Zepbound and Novo Nordisk's Wegovy are helping people lose significant weight. But how do they actually work? GLP-1s work by injecting a pen to your stomach. They mimic the effects of the naturally occurring hormone GLP-1 in the body. After we eat, our gut sends GLP-1 to the brain. It tells us we're full, slows digestion, and helps control blood sugar. But for people who are suffering with obesity, that signal doesn't always work well.
What we're doing is boosting some of those signals with these medications. They're boosting the signal that you're full, boosting the signal that you no longer want to eat more, and boosting signals that you should absorb nutrients that you've consumed. And so ours does that with two different hormones, one called GLP-1, a new one called GIP. Ozempic or semaglutide just uses GLP-1.
But what the drug does is what? It tells your body you're full when you're maybe not as full as you used to be?
It tells your body you're full, and it does that to the brain, to sense of satiety. Probably, we've learned over time, our sense of fullness becomes conditional. So as people eat more habitually, that signal kicks in later and later.
The result? Fewer calories in, less hunger, more control. Many patients report not obsessing over food for the first time in years. On average, patients lose 15 to 20% of their body weight. Some see improvements in blood pressure, heart health, and even lifespan. While effective, these medications require a lifelong commitment and can have side effects.
These drugs are known to cause nausea, vomiting, other abdominal and stomach discomfort, and that can be a real problem for some patients, even though it doesn't sound like a big deal. For some patients, it's just too much, and they end up dropping off of the drugs. And that's something that drug makers are trying to work on right now, is developing drugs that have potentially less side effects than the ones that are currently on the market.
The benefits are temporary and can be lost if the medication is stopped.
So for patients that are responders, this is meant to be a long-term solution. So they need to stay on the medicine to retain the benefit for the agents. You do not come off the medication. If you do come off the therapy, you will regain the weight, and any benefits that you gleaned while on the medication will be lost.
Today, there's a new weight loss pill, and there's no shot required. Eli Lilly says its experimental drug helped patients lose an average of 16 pounds over 40 weeks in a company-funded study. That's nearly 8% of their body weight, and they reported no side effects in a clinical trial. Lilly expects to launch the pill next year.
They have been working on a pill called orforglipron that is in late-stage studies right now with results expected by the end of the year. So that will be a big breakthrough for the obesity medicine field, because right now the drugs that are on the market are shots. And so having a pill that's easier to take and potentially easier for them to manufacture is going to really open the door to new possibilities and potentially more patients.
They're less expensive to make, they're easier to absorb, they don't have to be refrigerated, and so I think it's going to be a lot easier to treat obesity using these kinds of compounds.
Calling something fast food, is that unfair?
That kind of food shocks the weight-regulating circuitry in a way that makes it resistant to the hormones that control body weight.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life.
I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Heart disease, stroke, type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular conditions, breathing issues. Obesity is linked to more than 200 chronic illnesses, a staggering toll on the body. Researchers at the National Institutes of Health say moderate obesity can shorten a person's life by a few years. But for those with severe obesity, a body mass index of 40 or higher, life expectancy could drop by as much as 14 years. And the burden of obesity doesn't fall equally on everyone.
For those that have greater economic means, we're able to help them with their weight status in ways for those that have lower socioeconomic position we're not able to. Obesity disproportionately affects racial and ethnic minority communities, those of lower socioeconomic position, immigrant communities. Despite this, these are the patients less likely to receive a diagnosis of obesity.
A study published last fall found that counties with greater income inequality also experience higher obesity rates. Take Kentucky. With a low median household income and a high poverty rate, it leads the nation in the use of GLP-1 weight loss drugs. A Bloomberg News report drilled down into the details.
So last year, we really wanted to see what the real-world impacts of these weight loss drugs were on people in the United States. And so we did an exclusive data analysis with our data team here at Bloomberg to find the area in the United States that had the highest concentration of people that were on these drugs. And what our analysis and our data showed us was that it was this area of Kentucky called Bowling Green. So it's not the #1 place, but it has one of the highest concentration of weight loss drug users in the US.
The most popular drug in America next to aspirin seems to be GLP-1 drugs. Everybody seems to be on them. Do you reimburse 100% for those?
We as an organization, we cover it for insulin-dependent diabetics. We bring it as a choice to employers. About 50% of large employers have chosen to cover it for weight management. As you go down, a smaller percentage of small employers do. We need to align the incentives more so based on the outcome. There's up to 50% of individuals who go on to GLP-1s for weight management who stop taking the drug within 12 to 14 months. That's a bad outcome. Someone goes on the drug, someone goes off the drug. While they're on the drug, if they lose weight, they lose muscle mass and fat. If they've changed nothing and go off the drug, they regain weight. They're going to regain fat, no muscle mass. The person 14 months later is less healthy 14 months later than they were when they started the journey.
So today, if somebody is very overweight, generally a doctor like you would probably prescribe one of these GLP-1 drugs depending on their circumstances and so forth. Is there anything better than that that's going to come along?
Well, first of all, we don't just prescribe medication for everybody who walks in the door. We recommend dietary intervention. We have different diets for people with different preferences. So one of the things we've learned is that the best diet is the diet the patient likes the best, the one they think they can best accommodate their lifestyle to. So we do that in every patient. We recommend physical activity. In New York, everyone's got a gym, or we recommend walking. So those are the cornerstone of treatment.
But as a general rule of thumb, calling something fast food, going to a fast food place, is not generally a great idea because that fast food has lots of things in it that make you gain weight. Is that unfair to say that?
It's available fast. It's a tremendous number of calories packed into a small space. So that's what is called ultra-processed food. Nutrients are stripped out, fiber is stripped out. All that's left are the calories. And that kind of food, we believe, shocks the weight-regulating circuitry in a way that makes it resistant to the hormones that control body weight.
And I have observed over the years that a lot of people that I think are overweight or even obese seem to be consuming enormous amounts of diet soda every day. Why are these people who are overweight not getting the benefit of diet sodas, or diet sodas really aren't making them lose weight?
So it's a great question, because you would think if someone switched from regular soda to diet soda, that's 140 calories for a can that you're just taking right off the top. So we have seen people lose weight in certain situations, but in some cases they do not, I would say they replace the calories in another way, and they're doing it as a preventive strategy that might be helpful. But once obesity is established, it's very difficult to push someone's weight down. And just switching over to diet soda, I think it could help, but I don't think it's going to do the whole job for the average person.
In the end, do you think that that sodas, even diet sodas, are not all that healthy for you?
So intensely sweet compounds, whether it's juice or soda, will tend to make you want sweeter things. So that may be how this happens.
Now, it seems like the weight has gone up in Americans as we've introduced more so-called low-fat food. Is low-fat food really a good thing for you?
For some people, it is. It's a very good thing. But the problem with low-fat food that we see on the shelf is that it's high carbohydrate food. So if you take out the fat, you need to add something else to try to increase the palatability, to make it as palatable as possible. So by making it high in carbohydrate and low in fat, what you're doing is making it absorb, making the carbohydrate absorb more rapidly. And that may be part of the problem that stresses your brain, stresses your pancreas, and ultimately leads to this problem. So it may be that low-fat foods are not as good, and it may be that a balance of macronutrients is really what we're looking for.
We, as a community here in the U.S., should be doing a better job of ensuring coverage. These patients receive the proper diagnosis, treatment, and receive no bias and stigma.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
In a world where GLP-1s and new weight loss pills are reshaping how we think about health, an important question remains: does exercise still matter? Experts say yes, especially if you're on these medications.
Exercise is critical if you're taking a GLP-1. Number one, it will prevent the loss of lean mass or muscle mass, which has been shown to be a problem, especially in older people who take these compounds.
One of the key things I'm always emphasizing with my patients is getting in at least 30 minutes of strength training every other day. Not 1 pound weights. 1 pound weights are not heavy enough. I need volume.
So I think that the key to long-term maintenance with GLP-1s will be regular physical activity of various types and maybe intermittent use of the GLP-1, GIP-GLP-1 combinations.
So today, are you confident that we can, with GLP-1 drugs, actually conquer and overcome the obesity problem?
I think this is the beginning of control of body weight, in much the same way that blood pressure was controlled over the years. We're having unprecedented success in treating patients now with the older medicines and the new generation of medicines. If you look at the earlier generation of medical treatments, we were able to get 2/3 of people to lose 5% or more of their body weight. With the latest generation, semaglutide and tirzepatide, we're getting 90% or 95%.
Be healthy and to live a long life, healthy life. What is the best thing to do?
The data tells us that in the United States, if we measure it through traditional health measures, about 80% of all healthcare costs tie to lifestyles and behaviors. Are you physically active or not? Cardiovascular fitness is important. It means 30 minutes or more of brisk exercise 4 to 5 days a week. And then food intake. Is it healthy and moderate or not? Then you add the vitality dimensions around sense of community, sense of purpose, sense of belonging, spiritual health that correlate to longevity. Without the physical health, longevity is not possible. Without the other dimensions and just physical health, longevity is usually impeded as well.
So diet and exercise will never just be eliminated. I think we have to realize that we have to still look at diet quality. We still need lean protein and a lot of protein on board if you're going to be on a GLP-1. We need whole grains, we need fruits, vegetables, bean, legumes, lentils. Those need to be a major part of anyone's lifestyle.
Come back to lifestyles, right? Lack of physical activity and food intake is at its core. We can look at countries around the globe. Take China as an example. You would think the 12-year-old in Beijing would be healthier than the 12-year-old in a rural location. Actually not the case. The 12-year-old in Beijing has, on average, eroding health status because there's a more westernized diet and a more sedentary lifestyle.
So unfortunately, obesity is prevalent everywhere. And so when we talk about it, we seem to hyper-focus on the United States, not recognizing that we are ranked not as poorly as we think we might. And I think that we as a medical community need to do better, but we as a community here in the US should be doing a better job of ensuring coverage in addition to ensuring that these patients receive the proper diagnosis, treatment, and receive no bias and stigma.
There are 110 million with obesity. It's projected in 5 years there'll be 1 billion people on the planet who have obesity. And it's going to become a much bigger problem in the developing world than it ever has been in America, partly because the rate of growth of obesity in India and China is much faster than we experienced, and populations that are non-Caucasians, particularly South Asians, appear to be much more susceptible to chronic disease at lower weights. So we have a lot of work to do to make the biggest impact we can.
I'm David Rubenstein. This is Bloomberg.
Investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
You're watching Bloomberg TV. I'm Min Min Lo. It's 12 noon in Tokyo, 11 a.m. here in Hong Kong. And here are the major stories we are following. President Trump says he's made what he calls a lot of progress in talks with Ukraine as both sides work to secure a peace deal to end Russia's invasion. He met with Volodymyr Zelensky earlier at Mar-a-Lago and says an agreement may come in a few weeks. He also envisions a potential trilateral meeting with Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The Ukrainian leader went into the meeting with the aim of resolving key issues, including territory status and future security guarantees.
We had a terrific meeting. We discussed a lot of things. As you know, I had an excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close.
We discussed all the aspects of the peace framework, which includes, and we have great achievements, 20-point peace plan, 90% agreed, and US-Ukraine security guarantees, 100% agreed. US-Europe-Ukraine security guarantees, almost agreed. Military dimension, 100% agreed. Prosperity plan being finalized.
North Korea says it has conducted a launch drill of a long-range strategic cruise missile over the West Sea on Sunday. According to state media, the drill tested the counterattack readiness and combat capabilities of some of its long-range units. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un reportedly observed the exercise and expressed satisfaction with the outcome. And China is set to hold military maneuvers around Taiwan that includes live fire drills. The exercises, which start on Monday, will involve the Army, Navy, and Rocket Force. Beijing says the drills are a stern warning against Taiwan independence. Meanwhile, Taiwan says it will deploy appropriate forces to respond to those exercises. Local media says Beijing's drill will disrupt air and sea traffic. It comes after the U.S. announced a major weapons package for the island, totaling about $11 billion. Taking a look at how that is impacting markets, and here you can see some of these aviation and military stocks gaining by about 1 to 2% here because of those military drills around the Taiwan island. We are also watching how mainland and Asia stocks are doing, and some of these tech-heavy indexes, if you flip the board, I believe are gaining, well, all gaining across the board here. Pretty good day, it seems. Hang Seng, interestingly, seeing pretty strong volumes, higher than average despite the holiday season. Kospi as well, leading gains in Asia because the Korean exchange had lifted the investment warning for SK Hynix.
Cancer, one of the most feared words in the English language.
Cancer rates are going to rise significantly over the next 20 to 30 years. But the driver of those rates are because there are 10,000 people a day turning 65.
According to the World Health Organization, cancer is the second leading cause of death globally, just behind heart disease.
There are 600,000 deaths per year in the United States from cancer. I think cancer is an inevitable part of biology, that cells will always accumulate mutations over time. Some of those mutations will lead to cancer.
Over the past 30 years, cancer deaths decreased by 34% in the U.S., but diagnoses have gone up, especially among young adults.
What we are seeing is a troubling trend is younger people are getting more cancers. That's real. We have no idea why.
That rate of people under 50 getting cancer is growing by 1 to 2%.
Thanks to cutting-edge technology, today, doctors can detect and treat cancers earlier than ever before.
AI is really transforming so much of what we do. In clinical medicine,
cancer isn't just a disease, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry whose challenge is to balance the cost of innovation with the goal of patient care.
We have made tremendous progress. The problem we have is that we haven't communicated to Americans how complex cancer is. The drug companies do raise the prices in the United States because they can.
I'm David Rubenstein. For nearly a decade, I've interviewed some of the most interesting and powerful people in the world. Presidents, athletes, CEOs, entrepreneurs. I talk to them about their careers and their lives. Inevitably, we almost always end up talking about how they're living and how much they think about trying to live better. We're all trying to make sense of the mountain of new information available and the ambitious efforts underway to tackle the biggest health obstacles. On longevity, come with me as I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine and ask them the questions we all have: how to be healthier and ultimately how to live longer.
What actually is cancer?
It's really a broad number of diseases, but it begins at the level of when a cell ends up with a genetic mutation that allows it in an uncontrolled way to divide. When we get to be adults, most of our cells don't divide. They stop dividing simply by contacting another cell. When they run into another cell, they stop and they've reached their process of division and now just do their function. Cancer is when a cell in that process of dividing at any level, actually driven by inflammation or other factors, when there is a genetic mutation in that cell, now promotes uncontrolled division. And it really doesn't care about boundaries.
Well, historically, it was thought, I believe, that the older you were, the more likely you were to get cancer. Is still aging the principal thing that we see associated with cancer?
Cancer rates are going to rise significantly over the next 20 to 30 years. We know that we're improving outcomes alongside of that. But the driver of those rates are because there are 10,000 people a day turning 65. The highest incidence of cancer is that post-65 group. As you get older, you have greater risk of what we call somatic mutation. Those are mutations that develop over time. They're not that they're inherited at all, but they do drive cancer when they actually occur as people get older and live longer.
600,000 people die a year from cancer in the United States?
Yes.
Is that a higher number than 10 years ago or 20 years ago?
It is a lower number. It has been decreasing by about 1.7% per year. And so we have many people alive now who wouldn't have been alive if they had been diagnosed.
When someone is diagnosed with cancer, doctors determine what stage it's in. This helps them understand how far the cancer has spread and how best to treat it. So what are the stages of cancer? Stage 1 is the earliest stage. Think of it as a small tumor that's still in one spot. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's usually less than 2 centimeters. Doctors call this localized. Stage 2 means the tumor is getting bigger and may have started moving into nearby lymph nodes, which are part of the body's immune system. At stage 3, the cancer is not only larger, but it's spread into surrounding tissues and more lymph nodes. It's more serious, but still may be treatable. Stage 4, the most advanced stage, means the cancer has traveled to other parts of the body. This is called metastatic cancer. When survival is talked about, it's measured as 5 years. In other words, how many people are still alive after 5 years. So if you have stage 1 breast cancer, it's detected, and you have treatment, you have a 98% chance.
That's right.
But there are some cancers where it's the opposite, where even if you detect it in stage 1, you had a really tough chance. And I thought they were glioblastomas, pancreatic cancer, liver cancer, esophageal cancer. Are those some of the most deadly ones?
I would say at the top of that list, on a scale of 1 to 10, and it's 12, is glioblastomas, right? There is a difficulty, but better chance if it's detected early that you can resect it, but still very difficult to cure because of its aggressive nature within the normal brain cells and the inability to resect enough brain tissue to make sure you got it all. Because brain tissue is valuable. You don't reproduce it. And what's the survival rate for pancreatic cancer if the tumor was less than 1 centimeter? It approaches 90% if you can get it that small.
But how does anybody know they have it in stage 1 because there's no signs?
It's accidental. It's incidental finding. And that's all of those cases where nobody was looking. Somebody got a CAT scan because they were in a bad car accident, and the radiologist saw this tiny nodule in the pancreas and said, we better have that looked at with a more descriptive test or a more discrete test, and then they see it, go see the surgeon. And that's the only way we've gotten that benefit.
While cancer risk is typically higher in older adults, new research shows a concerning trend. More young people are getting diagnosed with certain types of cancer.
There is a rise in young people, particularly with colon cancer, but a few other cancers, breast cancer, renal cell carcinoma, and others. And even though we are decreasing the mortality from colon cancer in people over the age of 50, mortality is going up from colon cancer in people under age 50. And the reason for that is not entirely clear.
Colon cancer screenings are now more common among younger adults. A recent report from the American Cancer Society finds screenings for those aged 45 to 49 jumps from 2019 to 2023. And with that surge, more cases are being caught early.
All of the regimens we have, surgery, chemotherapy, were designed around people who are older with cancer. I do think the biology of younger cancer is very different. So first of all, we need to develop regimens meant for younger people. That being said, we also have to start screening younger people for cancer. The age of colon cancer screening dropped from 50 to 45 recently, and it probably should drop even further.
Doctors agree, early detection saves lives. Colon cancer, when caught early, has a cure rate above 90%.
Colonoscopy is the gold standard. You're actually putting a scope into the colon and you can actually see the cancers, right, or the precancers. There are other ways to do it too initially, like Cologuard is approved. It looks for genetic changes that come off of the colon lesion and get into the stool.
So what's driving the surge in younger patients?
It's an area of very active research, but the thought is that diet and lifestyle changes, likely from early childhood, are a major part of that risk. And another part of it is the microbiome, which again is related to diet. Some bacteria in our gastrointestinal tract can promote the development of cancers, and that is modulated by our diet.
Doctors and researchers still don't know what exactly about a patient's diet is the culprit, but they're working hard to figure out what's driving this trend.
These drugs just prevent the stop signal so that these immune cells, which naturally can recognize something that's different in the body, and they allow those cells to fight and kill the cancer.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
While not all cancers are preventable, experts say there are ways to reduce cancer risk. The consensus is that changes in behavior and lifestyle can make a significant difference in the long run.
I think the practical things, David, that most people do now is avoid smoking or around areas where people are smoking. Secondly, take advantage, if you would, of the screening tools that we know work: colonoscopy, mammography, skin exams. Stay out of the sun. Limit the alcohol that you take. Get the appropriate vaccines, like for hepatitis B and HPV, that can allow that to be a prevention for doing it. And exercise and maintain a good weight level. The final piece I would say, limit your red meat intake. Have a balanced diet, but don't ply it with a ton of red meat.
There are many other types of early detection that are under investigation. One of the ones that's really active right now is a blood test that can detect little snippets of DNA from a cancer. And it's a very alluring idea that you could just get an annual blood test and detect any kind of cancer. That hasn't been proven yet. They're commercially available, they're under clinical trials, but they're not proven yet to decrease mortality from cancer.
And it's know your family history. Figure out what Aunt Marge died from and really understand, because many of those family histories carry down from person to person.
Now, on prevention, sometimes if you have a genetic predisposition to a certain type of cancer, some people have treatment. For example, women have had mastectomies. That's right. Because they have the so-called BRCA gene.
That's right.
Is that generally more on the rise, that people do a relatively small subset of the population?
It's actually a much larger subset of the population than we understood not that long ago. Maybe 10% of all of our cancer patients have some major inherited predisposition to cancer. And just as you said, if we know about that specific inherited mutation, we are able to tailor our cancer prevention early detection strategies towards that mutation.
Okay, so if you have your genome completely tested,
yes,
you will presumably know whether you have a genetic predisposition. Do you recommend that people get their genome tested?
So it's not currently recommended that everybody does, and it's really a personal decision. Do you want to know all of the risks that you genetically inherit or not? However, if somebody has a strong family history of cancer, multiple members of the family had cancer, maybe they had cancer at a young age, those individuals are at higher risk, and those are the ones who more often get tested. And you don't need to test the entire genome. You can just test the particular genes that lead to cancer predisposition.
For a long time, cancer treatment mostly meant surgery, chemotherapy, or radiation. But in the past decade, we've seen some big breakthroughs. Immunotherapy started making headlines in the early 2010 period with drugs like Keytruda and Opdivo.
These drugs actually are inhibiting stop signals on specific immune cells called T cells that have the ability to see cancer as being different from the normal cells they derive from. These drugs just prevent the stop signal so that these immune cells, which naturally can recognize something that's different in the body, and they allow those cells to fight and kill the cancer.
Unlike chemo, which attacks cancer cells directly, immunotherapy works by training a patient's immune system to recognize and fight cancer cells, just like it would a virus or bacteria.
Now, my former boss, Jimmy Carter, who passed away less than a year ago, he had melanoma that went to his brain, and I thought it was with immunotherapy that it disappeared.
He did.
How did that happen? I mean, how does it disappear so quickly?
Well, so one, the melanoma he had a significant amount of targets that the immune system could recognize. And the drugs that he received unblocked the immune system's view of his tumors. And because the immune cells go everywhere in your body, even the brain, they can wipe it out in a very intelligent way. That is, they spare the normal tissue around it, but really take out the specific cancers because of their targets that are often in the cell and on the surface of the cell.
Though immunotherapy isn't prescribed in all cases, as it depends on the type of cancer and how the body responds, it's one of the most exciting advances in cancer care, offering hope to patients who once had few options.
Since 2011, we've probably had more than 50 approvals of several of these drugs for different cancer indications. And if you take a look at the survival rates of some of these cancers, like lung cancer, malignant melanoma, some colon cancers, you'll see that the survival rates have almost doubled for advanced stages of these diseases. They've been very successful and have really changed how we treat patients with these really bad cancers.
Another development in cancer treatment over the past 20 years, targeted therapies. These are drugs designed to zero in on specific genetic mutations in cancer cells. Instead of a one-size-fits-all approach, they're more precise, blocking the signals that help cancer grow, spread, and survive. And as scientists learn more about the biology behind different cancers, they're uncovering even more ways to target and to attack it.
We have had many new drugs in cancer over the years. In the last 30 years, about 300 drugs have been approved by the FDA, about a third of them for cancer. So really a huge number of new drugs for cancer.
Now, researchers are looking beyond the lab for breakthroughs. Doctors say artificial intelligence is revolutionizing cancer research, enhancing diagnostics, improving treatment strategies, and advancing drug discovery.
AI is really transforming so much of what we do. In clinical medicine, AI has the ability to do image analysis extremely well. So cancer pathology, looking at the slides and making diagnosis, cancer radiology, looking at MRIs, CT scans, and finding evidence of cancer. Those are clearly fields that are being transformed. AI is helping our basic research. The structure of proteins can now be predicted with AI in a way that we couldn't possibly have imagined not that many years ago. That was rewarded with the Nobel Prize last year. And we use AI-generated structures of proteins for drug development on a daily basis now.
Among the criticisms of the American medical system is that we have very expensive drugs compared to other countries. And among the most expensive drugs that we have are cancer-related drugs. Why are cancer-related drugs so expensive in the United States?
Countries with national health care systems have negotiated with drug companies for lower costs. And drug companies actually like our system where they can charge more and get paid more. Now, it does cost a lot to get a drug approved, but I think that we could still reduce the cost of drugs and in the United States, and drug companies will still make money and be able to get the approvals. One of the concerns that many of my colleagues in drug companies raise is that it costs a lot to do the research and development. They're worried that innovation will be reduced because of if we reduce the cost of drugs.
So what do you think the U.S. government can do better than it's doing now to help with cancer research, or you're reasonably happy with what the government's doing?
The recent decades of government funding to the National Cancer Institute have truly transformed the disease. Scores, more than 100 new drugs that are really completely transforming the disease. At this moment, government funding for the NIH is in turmoil. There's proposals to cut the NIH budget and the National Cancer Institute budget enormously, and that would have a catastrophic effect on the careers of many cancer researchers, on the progress against cancer and the development of new therapies.
Right now, the U.S. government is making it more difficult for vaccines to be funded and so forth. Is that going to affect cancer vaccines or not so much?
I hope it's not going to affect cancer vaccines, but mRNA vaccines are very important vaccines, not only to prevent infections, but also to prevent or treat cancer. And there's likely going to be an mRNA vaccine for melanoma, the first vaccine for treatment. The data looks really good in phase 2, so it's now being tested in phase 3. I really think we need to educate people that these mRNA vaccines are very safe. I'm very concerned by what's happened where our HHS has decided to reduce or even eradicate any funding for mRNA vaccines against infection, because we are at risk for future pandemics. It's going to happen.
Well, what always excites me most is what we can't imagine right now. Breakthroughs in cancer research and cancer treatment have come from left field that we didn't expect it at all, and was a huge breakthrough.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
A nationwide study analyzed breast cancer screening data from 2018 to 2020 and found major disparities. Researchers say where you live, how far you are from a mammogram facility, and your education level all play a major role in whether you get screened. The findings highlight the urgent need for policies to improve access, especially in underserved communities.
One of the biggest disparities in outcomes in cancer in the United States is rural versus urban. In New York or in Boston, people can come to a cancer center with highly specialized doctors who see only pancreatic cancer or only colon cancer, and they know every nuance of those diseases. In a rural area, that is not possible. You couldn't have subspecialists in all of those subtypes of cancer locally because it's too sparsely populated. The hope is to diagnose patients as efficiently as possible, to figure out which patients can get a standard therapy close to where they live, and which patients need very advanced therapies like a bone marrow transplant or cellular therapies that are really only delivered in tertiary care centers, and to get those patients to those hospitals.
We've purposely at Memorial worked hard with both underserved communities and immigrant communities to make sure they have an opportunity to have access to the best care possible. That often means partnering with organizations that both follow guidelines and rules about the status that people may have, but also follows and creates a safe environment for people who live in a place where they're used to their hospital, they trust the people there, but that a hospital doesn't have the cancer infrastructure.
What is going on in cancer research now that excites you the most about the possibility of reducing cancer or improving cancer detection and reducing the incidence of cancer?
Well, what always excites me most is what we can't imagine right now. Most of the really transformational breakthroughs in cancer research and cancer treatment have come from left field that we didn't expect it at all and was a huge breakthrough. Another area that I'm really excited about is new drugs target proteins in general. And most proteins were considered undruggable. We just didn't have the chemistry to make a small molecule, a drug, attack a particular protein. And we have new chemistry, new approaches now to make many of those so-called undruggable targets now druggable. And there's so much creativity going into that field right now that we are creating all kinds of drugs that we couldn't before.
Some people would say the most despised word in the English language is cancer.
Yeah.
When somebody says you have cancer, that's about the worst thing you can hear. How do you tell somebody that they have cancer?
What I would say is that when you have the opportunity to detect a cancer and you're now seeing a patient who's going to get treated, that conversation is a holistic one. It's not only the diagnosis, but it's also that we're here to walk this journey with you.
Now, more than 50 years ago, Richard Nixon declared war on cancer. Have we really made a lot of progress since that war was declared?
When Nixon declared the war on cancer, there was an enormous amount of cancer biology that we just did not understand at that time. And the huge triumph of the war on cancer has been our deep understanding of how cancer works, what causes cancer, and how to treat it. And I would say it has been a success in the sense that we have this tremendous number of new drugs that have been created because of that understanding that now transform the treatment of cancer.
I think we're in a golden age. I think we're going to have massive impact over the next 10 to 15 years. Whether we cure it all, I suspect that cancers are pretty smart. There'll be some that we'll still struggle with, but the difficult ones we will make an impact on.
I'm David Rubenstein. This is Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Beirut, and this is Bloomberg.
Hello, you're watching Bloomberg TV. I'm Min Min Lo. It's 11:30 a.m. in Hong Kong and 12:30 p.m. in Tokyo. Here are the stories we are following today. You're looking at pictures out of Taiwan after authorities there detected 4 Chinese coast guards approaching its waters. Officials have dispatched some vessels in response. The move comes after China says it will hold military drills around the island starting from Monday. Local media says the exercise will disrupt air and sea traffic. Beijing says the drills are a stern warning against Taiwan independence. It comes after the U.S. announced a major weapons package for the island totaling about $11 billion. And China plans to tighten rules around the use of human-like AI by requiring providers to ensure their services are ethical, secure, and transparent. According to the draft rules from the cyberspace watchdog, users must be informed that they are dealing with AI when they log on to a service or when signs of overdependence are detected. Proposals are open for public consultation until January 25. And take a look at how that is impacting markets. We are seeing robotic stocks up about 12% or so, especially UB Tech Robotics. That's a company that has recently announced it won 2 projects worth about 130 million yuan in total, including a humanoid robot data center project in Huizhou City. Now, we are also watching this Taiwanese tech company called Innolux. It is limit up by 10% after the company reported had secured an order from SpaceX for its radio frequency chip packaging services. Also, taking a look at how Japan stocks are doing, we have the Nikkei looking on the downside today by 0.5%.
Inside your head lies the most complex structure in the world, the human brain. It weighs just about 3 pounds, yet it's home to some 86 billion neurons.
The brain forms a memory. Even remembering your name, David, is something that is caused by an underlying biological protein change in my brain.
But what happens when the vast networks that hold our memories begin to fade away? For many, this is the first sign of Alzheimer's disease.
And it fundamentally affects not just how you feel and think and your memory, but also can affect your motor skills and your ability to move and to function as a physical being in the world.
The symptoms are all too plain to see, but their origins are still largely a mystery.
The brain is one of the most complicated human organs, and it's very hard to study. It's famously called the black box because it's inside your skull and you can't put a needle in it to do a brain biopsy while you're alive.
Here in the United States, more than 7 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's disease. By 2050, that number is projected to rise to nearly 13 million.
There are 47 million Americans today in the United States that have the pathology of Alzheimer's starting silently in their brain before symptoms.
That's why scientists are racing to detect the disease earlier, before it takes hold.
As soon as someone detects memory changes, they should go to their doctor for the earliest diagnosis and potential for the earliest treatment. It's a small organ, but it runs everything. And when one thing goes wrong, it starts to change and unravel.
I'm David Rubenstein. For nearly a decade, I've interviewed some of the most interesting and powerful people in the world. Presidents, athletes, CEOs, entrepreneurs. I talk to them about their careers and their lives. Inevitably, we almost always end up talking about how they're living and how much they think about trying to live better. We're all trying to make sense of the mountain of new information available and the ambitious efforts underway to tackle the biggest health obstacles. On longevity, come with me as I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine and ask them the questions we all have: how to be healthier and ultimately how to live longer.
The brain gets its power from billions of neurons, tiny cells that help us read, remember, even move. Each one connects through countless synapses, building trillions of pathways. It's like a city that never sleeps. Electrical signals racing down invisible highways, lighting up with every thought, memory, and emotion. At any moment, the mind is juggling countless tasks, spotting a face in the crowd, solving a problem, recalling a memory, and sending instructions throughout the body. But like any other organ, the brain can break down.
What is the difference between Alzheimer's and dementia?
Alzheimer's is a very specific type of dementia. Dementia is really an umbrella term. It's like using the term cancer, and then you really have to drill down into what type, especially when you want to know about treatment options. And Alzheimer's is no different. It is one of the several types of dementia, and underlying causes are really important in understanding the lifetime risks, the how you're going to live with Alzheimer's, and the potential for treatment. The most popular one that people hear about is Alzheimer's. It is also the one that is the most prevalent. Others are vascular dementia, frontotemporal dementia, dementia with Lewy bodies. There are other types of dementia that are even sort of smaller in number, probably over 30 types of dementia.
What exactly is Alzheimer's? That's the billion-dollar question. Alzheimer's disease is a neurodegenerative disease. It's a brain disorder where the brain ages rapidly and the brain declines over time. And there are certain proteins, pathologic proteins, something called amyloid. It's a sticky plaque, and tau, these tau proteins that get tangled. And these proteins build up in the brain. The brain ages more quickly than we'd like, and the brain shrinks.
When someone develops Alzheimer's, the brain's nerve cells, those neurons, start losing their ability to connect with each other. The chemical messengers that help those cells communicate also begin to dwindle. Without them, learning new information becomes harder, and over time, the connections that already exist start to break down, and the memories stored there slowly fade away.
So what are the early signs that people have of Alzheimer's?
Yeah, so Alzheimer's is a brain disease that doesn't just always focus on memory loss, changes in thinking skills, but also it's a neuropsychiatric disease. People's behavior can change. They can be more fearful.
I have Alzheimer's disease, early onset. Oh my God.
They can even be more paranoid.
I am not leaving my flat!
Depression is a risk factor also for Alzheimer's disease.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
A person's sleep can be disjointed and changed. So since Alzheimer's is a brain disease, many different symptoms can occur, not just short-term memory loss.
Sometimes people may miss certain signs of Alzheimer's. Is there a good indicator for the average person who doesn't have access to you? What should they think about, whether they are doing something or are they forgetting something that might be a good early sign of Alzheimer's?
So if someone has always been absent-minded, if someone has always had trouble remembering names, that's different. If someone was sharp, was on it, and then over time, over years, became less sharp, repeating stories, losing their keys, misplacing their cell phone, having trouble with technology, those are things that are more telltale signs.
Now, the person who discovered Alzheimer's, or at least gets the credit for it, is Dr. Alzheimer, who had a patient, as I understand it, and when he ultimately did an autopsy on that patient, he saw in the patient's brain some amyloid plaque. So to have Alzheimer's, do you automatically have to have this amyloid plaque?
So that is a great question, and Dr. Alzheimer in 1906 did publish a very short article in which he described his patient, Augusta D., and her brain tissue that he analyzed at autopsy. And in that brain tissue, he did describe two things, amyloid plaques and tau tangles. So he actually described both. And since then, the definition of Alzheimer's biologically is that you have to have the presence of both.
So how do you know if you're likely to get Alzheimer's? Can you get it without having a genetic predisposition?
Our primary answer to that is that if you have a first-degree relative who's been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, you're likely at an elevated risk. However, risk is very complicated. There is no guarantee that a person will have Alzheimer's unless they have a very specific autosomally dominant mutation. And that's very unique, it's very specific, and generally those families know who they are because that type of autosomal dominant Alzheimer's is fully penetrant and generally also early in onset, anywhere between 40 to 60. A first-degree relative does increase your risk. There are some genes that can increase your risk. The most common one is ApoE4 in particular, which increases risk of Alzheimer's, but is not a guarantee. There are people who live very healthily and aging into their 90s with ApoE4.
Right now in the United States, we have roughly 340 million people.
What percentage of these people do you think have Alzheimer's or dementia?
There are 47 million Americans today in the United States that have the pathology of Alzheimer's starting silently in their brain before symptoms. Our goal is to try to develop what we colloquially call the cholesterol test for the brain. Just like you go to your doctor and you get your cholesterol, and you get your total cholesterol, your HDL, your LDL, which is the bad cholesterol, and triglycerides, one day soon, and honestly, today, we can check for different proteins, different markers, different names, but similar theory, where we can check if a person is at risk for developing dementia or cognitive decline due to Alzheimer's disease.
Now, I've often heard that if you want to prevent yourself from getting Alzheimer's or dementia, you can start doing crossword puzzles, you can learn a foreign language, take up a musical instrument. Is there any evidence that any of this works?
You can do all the Sudoku you want, but you're just going to get better at Sudoku. When it comes to learning something new, a musical instrument, a language, absolutely. Even learning how to play a musical instrument midlife onward has been shown to reduce the chances of developing cognitive decline and dementia. Staying engaged, keeping the brain active, adult education classes, the more you do, the more you learn as we age, the more protected your brain will be.
What should I do to kind of prevent Alzheimer's from coming, assuming there's not a predetermined genetic predisposition that's going to bring it to me? What should I do for a lifestyle?
The first thing to note is that we're all at risk because we have a brain, and the brain ages just like the rest of our bodies. It's an organ that ages just the same. So we're all at risk, and we should all think about protecting our brain and our brain health and our cognition as we age.
The Alzheimer's Association recently conducted a clinical trial testing whether healthy habits can protect the brain. The study found that older adults who maintained several healthy lifestyle habits at once saw a boost in brain function. That included staying active, eating a brain-healthy diet, staying socially and mentally engaged, and keeping up with routine checkups. Researchers followed two groups over 2 years. One group received general health education and occasional check-ins, but the second group received more structured support, including in-person sessions focused on exercise, diet, mental stimulation, social connection, and health monitoring. The findings were promising.
The structured group that had more intense attention was significantly improved in terms of cognitive memory. Conservatively speaking, they were 1 to 2 years cognitively younger. That is amazing, and that's only with aging. Now, it is with a group of individuals that was at risk for dementia.
The participants weren't elite athletes. Many were overweight, had chronic conditions like diabetes or high blood pressure, and yet their brain function still improved.
The more we can protect it, the better we can be prepared for any onslaught that might come as we age associated with disease. Resilience is the key for aging in cognition.
Coming up, sorting through Alzheimer's risk factors, one that specifically affects women during midlife.
During the perimenopause transition, when women's estrogen drops rapidly, in a certain woman with a certain specific set of genes, their increased risk of Alzheimer's during that transition.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
In 2023, the average life expectancy in the United States ranges from the late 70s to the early 80s. But with longer lives come challenging questions. Do our brains simply wear down with age, leading to Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia?
Age is the #1 risk factor for Alzheimer's disease and dementia. And, the way that we live our lives, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, the foods that we eat, a sedentary lifestyle, not being physically active. There are many different reasons why we think Alzheimer's disease is more common today, but age is the #1 risk factor. Women, for example, are at higher risk of Alzheimer's than men. During the perimenopause transition, when women's estrogen drops rapidly, in a certain woman with a certain specific set of genes, they're increased risk of Alzheimer's during that transition.
In the U.S., millions are living with dementia. And this year alone, the cost of dementia has soared to $781 billion.
So there's enormous costs for treating dementia, and that's because of in part because of the intense care that these people with dementia need.
It's not just patients who are affected.
There's formal caregiving, there's partners may have to give up their time and take time off to work to care for their loved ones. So that all adds up to a tremendous cost.
Many caregivers reduce their work hours or leave their jobs, leading to $8 billion in lost earnings every year. For those living with dementia, the loss in quality of life is estimated at $302 billion annually. To calculate these figures, researchers at USC's Schaefer Center developed a model drawing data from individuals' health, work status, family care arrangements, and personal finances, and tracked how these evolve over time. As research advances in the field, pharmaceutical companies are investing heavily in Alzheimer's treatments.
It's one of the biggest kind of really untapped, markets left for drug companies. About 7 million people in the U.S. have Alzheimer's disease. That's supposed to grow significantly as the population ages. There's fewer competitors. So there's many, many reasons for drug companies to want to get in.
In 2023, the FDA approved the first drug to slow the progression of Alzheimer's disease. Last year, it approved another. Both drugs target and help remove toxic amyloid plaques from the brain, though they only modestly slow the disease.
But there is a cost. There are serious side effects from these drugs. There's something called amyloid-related imaging abnormalities. That is basically a polite name for brain swelling or brain bleeding. Now, most of the time, the side effects, are mild or even asymptomatic. But sometimes it can get quite serious, and there have been deaths associated in patients from the brain bleeding and brain swelling.
How can you determine, short of an autopsy, if you have amyloid in your brain?
So in the past, when I was in medical school, eons ago, that was the only way. Today, it's a simple blood test. Through the vein, through a finger prick, we can detect amyloid and tau. And in our lab, we detect hundreds of proteins, hundreds of brain proteins just from the blood.
If you would have asked me about blood 5 years ago, I would have said it was a pipe dream. Today, science has moved so far forward that we can rely, in fact, on blood tests. You can imagine that in the future, near future, this could be a part of your primary care's annual workup of your blood test. That is a complete game changer and transformational for our field in terms of detection.
Now, many drug companies are experimenting on developing drugs that will deal with Alzheimer's. Is there any likelihood of a wonder drug coming along that will ensure that you can't get or won't get Alzheimer's? Is that likely?
We already have so many drugs, so many interventions to get people off the road to Alzheimer's. Whether you think about lifestyle choices and exercise, whether you think about treating a risk factor, you've heard about the Ozempics, the Wegovy's, the Mounjaros, the Zepbound, a category of drugs called GLP-1 drugs. I believe in the right dose, in the right patient, and for the right duration of time, these drugs can also be protective on brain health.
Along with studies on prevention and risk reduction, researchers are also exploring vaccines and antibody-based therapies as possible game changers.
Our current treatments are monoclonal antibodies against amyloid beta in particular, and that is a passive vaccination approach because you're injecting an already created monoclonal antibody into the body. A vaccine is creating a piece of that protein itself so that your body creates the antibodies. You're not giving the antibody, you're asking the body to create an antibody. And we're actually moving earlier and earlier, and there are trials that we'll be reading out within the next 2 to 3 years that potentially with these monoclonal antibodies, so it's passive vaccination, can tell us if we can stop this disease in its tracks or even slow it down earlier and prevent people from cognitive decline in stage 3 and 4, which is mild cognitive impairment. Are there active vaccines in the pipeline? Yes, there are. Are they potentially exciting? Absolutely. No stone can be left unturned because this disease is in such a strong trajectory that this is a time to study more, to do more, accelerate our research so that we can, in fact, get to that asymptomatic stage and slow or stop this disease.
But scientists at University College London say new drugs alone aren't enough. They're calling for big changes in healthcare and public policy around the world so these treatments can truly make a difference. Coming up, new hope in the fight against Alzheimer's. Scientists say we may soon detect the disease before symptoms appear.
I believe that in this decade, we will be able to detect Alzheimer's changes in a silent phase of disease because that disease is there, very similar to cancer.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
This summer, Stanford researchers discovered that a younger brain and immune system can predict a longer life. But if a brain shows signs of aging, the risk of early death jumps by more than 180%.
This Stanford study used a technique called proteomics that measures the levels of thousands of proteins in the blood. And then they applied this to biological samples in a UK database from over 40,000 people. So this is sort of a statistical blood protein test that searched in various organs for signs of aging. And they found some signals in these tests that correlated to brain aging. It's these types of kind of brain aging tests. And there have been a number of studies like this. But what you need to know is that they're not, at this point, they're not solid enough to be used at a level of individual clinical diagnosis. They're really making statistical associations, searching for kind of like broad-based tests that might be used for signals of brain and other organ aging.
So the best way to summarize to prevent getting Alzheimer's, if you can, quote, prevent it, would be to do what?
The thing that I advocate for is to get educated and get informed. There are so many free resources out there. We did a randomized, controlled, NIH-funded trial. Through the comfort of your own cell phone, can do a risk assessment, can do a cognitive test, and then the software can tell the person what to do to reduce their risk. Sleep is critical. You can exercise all you want, but if you're not, and you're burning the candle at both ends and you're not sleeping, you can't get rid of that toxic protein, that amyloid protein that builds up in the brain of a person with Alzheimer's. So one way to think about it is exercise during the day, loosens up the protein, and adequate sleep during the night is when the trash gets taken out and that amyloid gets disposed of.
So when I was growing up, people said if you ate fish, that would help your brain.
Yep.
If you had carrots, that would help your eyesight.
Yep.
Is there any evidence that certain food will help your brain?
Yeah. So you are what you eat when it comes to brain health. The number one thing a person can do in terms of dietary approaches to staving off Alzheimer's disease is following a Mediterranean-style diet. Green leafy vegetables, fatty fish like mackerel, lake trout, herring, albacore tuna, sardines, wild salmon a few times a week, dark cocoa powder, reducing wine, eating whole grains in moderation. Eating a brain-healthy diet, it's not just fats from fatty fish, but also olive oil, extra virgin olive oil, and avocados. There's brain-healthy fats, there's proteins, and then there's antioxidants in vegetables that can really protect against Alzheimer's.
We know that being physically active actually can help reduce our risk. We know that eating diets that are healthy can help reduce our risk. We know that strong relationships and social connection can also significantly reduce our risk of dementia. But just consider this, when people who are struggling with social disconnection, their increase in heart disease and stroke is around 30%, 30% increased risk. Their increased risk of dementia is around 50%. It's something that's essential that we need for survival. Just like when we don't have food and water, it can affect all of our systems and lead to illness. The same is true of our relationships as well.
So for somebody that is watching now and says, okay, maybe I could have a predisposition to it, or maybe I might get it even if I don't have a predisposition, what should they do?
Well, the first thing they should do is take a deep breath, because Alzheimer's is scary and fear is paralyzing. I have 4 family members with this disease. I hate this disease. First, talk to your doctor. Manage risk factors. They should know their blood pressure. They should know their cholesterol. They should know their blood sugar. They should know their weight, their percent body fat, their muscle mass. As the belly size gets larger, the memory center in the brain gets smaller. I actually believe that Alzheimer's disease isn't a brain disease. I think it's a medical condition. And just like when someone has diabetes or high blood sugar for years and years and years, and it causes numbness in the toes and problems with their kidneys where they need dialysis, it's the same thing. If you control the medical risk factors that your doctor can help you with, that's when we can take someone off the road to Alzheimer's disease.
So today, we cannot cure Alzheimer's. We can slow it down. That is more than we could say 3 years ago. However, I believe that in this decade, we will be able to detect Alzheimer's changes in a silent phase of disease, because that disease is there, very similar to cancer. We used to detect it in late stage.
Is it possible to ever eliminate, in your view, Alzheimer's, or because we're really dealing with aging, you're never going to eliminate it completely?
In this decade, I do think there is incredible hope for us being able to go to our PCP, getting a blood test that tells us that there are some changes that should be addressed, getting medications and risk reduction strategies that will, in fact, slow or stop the disease in its tracks. What we see is that the future is turning Alzheimer's and perhaps even other dementia into a chronic disease. We can do that, but we will get there.
I'm David Rubenstein. This is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
You're watching Bloomberg TV. It's 12 noon here in Hong Kong. I'm Min Lo. Here are the stories we're following this morning. President Trump says he made what he calls a lot of progress in talks with Ukraine as both sides work to secure a peace deal to end Russia's invasion. He met with Volodymyr Zelensky earlier at Mar-a-Lago and says an agreement may come in a few weeks. He also envisions a potential trilateral meeting with Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The Ukrainian leader went into the meeting with the aim of resolving key issues, including territory status and future security guarantees. The White House daily schedule shows U.S. President Donald Trump will participate in a bilateral meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Palm Beach, Florida, later today. The meeting comes as tensions between the two leaders rise, with Trump previously warning Israel against taking actions that could undermine his peace efforts in the region. The meeting is set to discuss the second phase of the Gaza peace plan as well as Iran. At least 3 people were killed and dozens injured in clashes on Syria's Mediterranean coast as armed loyalists of former President Bashar al-Assad attacked state security forces. Syria's Interior Ministry says assailants opened fire during protests in cities including Latakia and Tartus. Troops were deployed to restore order as the new government struggles to contain sectarian unrest a year after Assad's ouster. And Iran says it has launched 3 satellites into orbit from Russia, a move likely to add tensions over Tehran's space and missile programs. State media says the satellites are intended for environmental and agricultural monitoring. The launch comes amid heightened scrutiny of Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile activities and ahead of high-level talks between U.S. and Israel. Taking a look at how markets are doing in Asia, and we are watching these Chinese EV stocks here after the finance ministry pledged to expand fiscal spending next year and importantly to continue to support that consumers trade-in program, which has been crucial to support purchases of EVs and cars in China. Also taking a look at SK Hynix, we are seeing the Kospi leading gains in Asia today after the Korean exchange lifted its investment warning for SK Hynix, allowing margin trading to resume. And here you can see a pop of 5.5% in the morning trading session today. This is Bloomberg.
In the early 20th century, the average human lived just 32 years. Since then, life expectancy has more than doubled.
It's been a remarkable achievement. Even just in the last 150 years, we've doubled our life expectancy. In 1850, it was 38. Today in the US, it's 76. And there's no reason to think that that march is going to stop.
In wealthy countries, more and more people are living into their mid-80s or even longer.
It really reflects the point that it's all an interaction between the environment and genes. We could probably get to an average age of 90.
For thousands of years, humans have dreamed of extending life. The quest to slow and even reverse aging has become a scientific mission, one that's given birth to an industry.
Research and medicine has advanced tremendously, and it starts with science. Science builds a foundation, and then applying it to people improves their health and longevity.
But living longer doesn't come without consequences. Staying alive doesn't guarantee staying healthy.
So while we're living longer lives, while we're living till 78, our health span is about 10 years less globally. And in the US, we have the biggest divide between health span and lifespan of 12.4 years.
That divide's a problem for individuals, societies, and economies. Scientific advancement may have found ways to extend life, but do the benefits outweigh the costs?
As we have more older people going forward, do we have systems in place for long-term care? Every country in the world is impacted by it.
I'm David Rubenstein. For nearly a decade, I've interviewed some of the most interesting and powerful people in the world. Presidents, athletes, CEOs, entrepreneurs. I talk to them about their careers and their lives. Inevitably, we almost always end up talking about how they're living and how much they think about trying to live better. We're all trying to make sense of the mountain of new information available and the ambitious efforts underway to tackle the biggest health obstacles. On longevity, come with me as I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine and ask them the questions we all have: how to be healthier and ultimately how to live longer.
In a lab at MIT in the 1990s, one scientist started asking himself the question, what if the aging process was something we could understand and perhaps even slow down?
I knew yeast very well, so we decided to study aging in yeast, and had an entry point, had a goal, which was to look for mutants that live longer than they should, and to identify genes that conferred that ability to those mutant yeast cells.
So in yeast, you found that some genes live longer than might otherwise be expected, and therefore there must be something to why they live longer.
Yes.
And your mission over the years has been to figure out if in humans there's another gene that could make humans